that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Shumingayao. At night, in front of a massage parlor with a pink neon sign, Lu Chuan walked into the parlor with a bruised face and limped. He looked at the proprietress, who was in her 30s, heavily made up, and quite feminine, and asked, "Madam, is the massage here decent?" The proprietress immediately came over and grabbed Lu Chuan's arm, rubbed him with her thigh, and said with a smile, "Look at what you said. We are a regular massage parlor. Very decent." Hearing this, Lu Chuan turned around and was about to leave. Forget about the decent massage. Seeing this, the proprietress quickly grabbed him, looked around carefully, and teased, "Brother, why are you so stupid? Whether our place is decent or not depends on you." Lu Chuan understood the meaning of the proprietress's words, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He said, Then find me an indecent one. Money is not a problem." The proprietress looked at him with a wicked smile and said, "Okay, you go upstairs and wait in room 305 first. I will bring you the unruly technician you want later. I promise that he will be as unruly as possible." After that, she patted Lu Chuan's butt with her hand. Lu Chuan was embarrassed and obviously couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the proprietress. He hurried upstairs. When he came to room 305, he put an ancient box on the table, reached out and touched the bruises on his face, and sighed. Not long ago, he witnessed his girlfriend Kinlan and another man shaking the earth on the sofa. After being caught, Kinlan still had no guilt at all and dumped Lu Chuan on the spot, just because the man was Liu Kun, the son of Liu Titao, the general manager of Yunhei Hotel. Yunhei Hotel is a famous 5-star hotel in Yuncheng, and the general manager's annual salary is several million. Lu Chuan spent all the money he earned from delivering takoyaki in the past few years on Kinlan, but he only held hands with Kinlan and didn't even kiss her. Liu Kun just bought Kinlan a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and Kinlan let him ravage her. Lu Chuan couldn't accept this fact, so he beat Liu Kun, but he didn't expect Liu Kun to be a martial artist and beat him into a pig's head. To make matters worse, he didn't deliver several orders because of the beating, so the manager fired him directly. He felt aggrieved and felt that he had lived in vain for so many years. He finally had a girlfriend and spent so much money, but in the end she was snatched away before they even kissed. He was so angry that he lost his job now, so he wanted to indulge himself and at least break his virginity that he had kept for 26 years. So he came to this massage shop. He reached out and patted the box on the table, muttering to himself, "Grandpa, didn't you say that I have the destiny of a true dragon, and that after my coming of age ceremony I will soar into the sky and become a real dragon? But why am I living such a miserable life?" Just then, the door of the room was pushed open, and a woman with long hair like a waterfall, skin as white as snow, wearing a black jumpsuit, sexy and graceful, and stunningly beautiful, walked in. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, and murmured in his heart, This dishonest massage technician, the quality is too high. Kinlan is already a beauty, but in front of this technician, she has to feel ashamed." After seeing Lu Chuan in the room, the woman was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect someone here. Her face was a little pale, and she looked very weak. She staggered and said softly, "I'm sorry, Lu Chuan looked at her weak appearance, wondering how the proprietress knew that I liked weak girls, and even specifically ordered the technician to pretend to be sick in front of me. Then he hurried forward to support the woman, saying, "You are too polite. I just arrived. You came very quickly." He locked the door and then helped the woman sit on the bed. The woman looked confused and said, "Well, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Girl, I'm very satisfied with you. I will definitely give you a 5-star praise later. Well, this is my first time. If there is anything wrong, please give me more advice." Then he helped the woman to fall on the bed. Looking at the woman's delicate face, Lu Chuan's heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became heavy. Recalling the scene of being dumped tonight, he no longer hesitated and kissed her directly. Kinlan, you can't dream that I, Luchuan, can also get such a top-notch woman. Sure enough, sincerity can't be exchanged, but money can. I will never believe in love again. The woman's big eyes were full of anxiety, but she was too weak to resist. Seeing that the situation could not be stopped, she could only let Luchuan do whatever he wanted. The clothes fell off, and the battle was about to break out. Luchuan did not notice that as he became a real man, some golden light spots appeared in the air, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, and gathered towards his body. Outside the room, the proprietress came over with a woman wearing heavy makeup, a small vest, and a cigarette, but in her mouth, smiling. She reached out to open the door of the room, but found that it was locked, so she knocked on the door, but got no response. Damn it, this guy wanted an improper massage. Why did he lock the door? He is so cowardly, isn't he? The proprietress cursed, and knocked on the door again, but still got no response, so she had to leave with the technician behind her, cursing. In his dream, Luchuan felt that he had penetrated through layers of clouds and mist, and came to a place like the Peach Blossom Spring. An old man with a white beard stood there with a hunched back, a kind smile on his face. When Luchuan saw this man, he exclaimed, "Grandpa." The old man smiled, then reached out and knocked him on the head. "You kid, you are really a disgrace to my Lu family. You have waited until you were 26 to complete your coming of age ceremony. Your father inherited our Lu family at the age of 18. You are not as good as your father." Luchuan was stunned. He thought that the coming of age ceremony would be after the age of 18, but he didn't expect that the coming of age ceremony his grandfather was talking about would be this. The old man patted Luchuan on the shoulder, smiled and said, "But it is never too late to become a real man, and you will get all the inheritance of our Lu family later. You are destined to be a real dragon. It can be said that you have the greatest potential in our Lu family in thousands of years, but this also means that your dragon yang power is too strong, and you must vent it frequently, otherwise you will be in danger of going astray. But you don't have to worry, I have already arranged it for you when I left. In the box I gave you, there are 9 marriage certificates. After all these years, those girls should have grown up to be graceful and beautiful. You can marry all 9 of them, and you don't have to worry about going astray. Okay, that's all I have to say. I hope you can turn into a real dragon and soar into the sky soon. When you are strong enough, we will have a chance to meet again. I look forward to that day." Luchuan wanted to say something, but the scene in front of him began to blur and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then he felt a large amount of memories pouring into his mind, including the secrets of cultivating immortals, Taoist mystical arts, medical books, etc. At the same time, his body began to change dramatically. The next morning, Luchuan woke up in a daze and found that the inherited memories in his mind were real, and then he was sure that he was not dreaming. With these inheritances, I don't have to worry about being bullied by others anymore. Then he saw the beautiful technician last night covering her body with a quilt, leaning against the head of the bed, her eyes red, biting her lips, and staring at him resentfully. He sat up in an instant, then quickly found his clothes, and took out a stack of $100 bills, and handed it to the woman. "Thank you for giving me such a wonderful experience last night. Here are 3,000 yuan, which is all my money. I give it all to you." He looked at the woman's pitiful appearance and thought that the technicians nowadays are really dedicated. After finishing the job, they still show such a distressing look. If he didn't know that the other party was doing this, he would really be tempted. Chu Mingaya almost cried when she saw the money handed over by this strange and rude man. She had a cold last night and was extremely weak. She happened to be hunted by someone, so she had no choice but to sneak into this massage shop to hide and avoid being searched. Who would have thought that, as soon as she entered a room, she was forced to be pressed on the bed and do that kind of thing. She was weak and couldn't resist. This guy didn't even give her a chance to explain. At this time, she was full of resentment. Seeing Luchuan giving her money, she was even more furious. Did this guy think of her as a prostitute? She grabbed the money and threw it hard at Luchuan, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Son of a bitch." Luchuan was confused. No, not enough. He quickly touched his pocket, thinking that it was normal to ask for more from such a beautiful woman. Chu Mingyao took a deep breath, put on her clothes, and got out of bed. After wiping the tears from her eyes, she said in a cold tone, "I can let go of what happened last night. Just treat it as a night of passion, but if you dare to spread it, I guarantee you won't survive this summer." After that, she slammed the door and left. Lu Chuan was confused and didn't understand what was going on. At this time, his mobile phone rang. It was a local news push with the title, "Hot. Chu Mingyao, one of the 4 beauties in Yuncheng, got engaged to Long Hao, the son of Long Xianaya, the leader of Yuncheng's underground." There was a photo next to it, which was a photo of Chu Mingyao and Long Hao. In the photo, Chu Mingyao's face was gloomy, and she deliberately kept a distance from Long Hao, and she was very unhappy. When Lu Chuan saw this photo, he was stunned, and his eyes wanted to stare into the screen. She is Chu Mingyao. He ran out in a flash, but Chu Mingyao's figure had disappeared. No wonder I always felt that, although she was beautiful, her skills were even more immature than mine. It turned out that she was not a technician here at all. I was so confused. Lu Chuan returned to the room with a guilty heart. Looking at the bright red on the bedsheet, he felt that he had done something very wrong. At the same time, he began to worry again. I slept with Long Xiana's daughter-in-law. If he knew about this, wouldn't he chop me into pieces? Long Xiana was well connected in Yuncheng, with a great reputation and influence everywhere. He was the undisputed underground king of Yuncheng. He only had one son, Long Hao, so his requirements for his daughter-in-law were naturally extremely high. Chu Mingyao must have gone through many tests to be in his eyes, and she must be very valued. No wonder Chu Mingyao didn't let me spread this matter. I really made a big mess this time. Lu Chuan was very uneasy, but he soon calmed down. I have the inheritance left by my grandfather. It won't take long for me to become a cultivator. By then, Long Xiana will be nothing in my eyes. After a slight relief, Lu Chuan decided to embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible. Only when he has strong enough power will he not be trampled on like an ant. Let me take a look at the marriage certificate left to me by my grandfather first. He is really a fool. It's a modern society. How can I marry 9 wives? He really knows how to make things difficult for me. He opened the box and took out 9 marriage certificates. When he saw the name on the first marriage certificate, he was stunned. Chu Mingyao, is she one of my fiancés? Chapter 2. I will be responsible for you. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Lu Chuan stared at the marriage certificate carefully, then took out his mobile phone and searched the name signed by the woman's elders. Finally, he confirmed that Chu Mingyao was his fiancé, and it was Chu Mingyao's grandfather who signed the marriage certificate. Chu Mingyao is obviously engaged, but she is still engaged to Long Hao. This is too uncontractual. Lu Chuan was a little angry. After a little thought, he decided to find Chu Mingyao to find out. Who are Unattainable Beauty Company? Chu Mingyao sat in the president's office, looking annoyed. The Chu family has a strong background in Yuncheng, and its industries cover various fields. This beauty company was a gift from Chu Mingyao's father to her when she graduated. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and a female secretary walked into the office. Chu Mingyao raised her head and asked, "Secretary Wang, what happened?" Secretary Wang said, "Master Long left Yuncheng early this morning and went into the mountains to complete the trial. He asked someone to tell you that when he returns from the trial, it will be time to get married." Chu Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. This bastard is finally gone. After the engagement banquet yesterday, Long Hao wanted to take her to the hotel to make it a done deal while he was drunk, but she didn't want to, so she slipped out while going to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Long Hao got drunk and ordered a city-wide search for her, and she must be brought back. She dodged everywhere and happened to catch a cold attack. She had no choice but to hide in the massage shop. Unexpectedly, she didn't enter the opposite room in the massage shop, and before she had time to explain, she was flirted with by the man inside. It was really like getting out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. Although she hated the rude man last night, it made her less painful than losing her virginity to Long Hao. She didn't like Long Heo and even felt a little disgusted with him, but the marriage was arranged by her parents and she had no room to resist. By the way, have you investigated the person I asked you to investigate? Chu Mingao asked Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang nodded and handed over a document. This person's name is Lu Chuan. He is a takeaway delivery man. His family has no background. His parents and his grandfather disappeared when he was 7 years old. He was raised in an orphanage and later followed his eldest brother who was also from an orphanage. But his eldest brother died a few years ago, leaving only a sister-in-law who is still in contact. He has a girlfriend, but she just dumped him last night. And she also cheated on him. Chu Mingao looked at the information. Her face was extremely livid and her back teeth were almost broken. The guy who flirted with her last night turned out to be such a despicable person. She suddenly felt like a good cabbage was eaten by a pig. I, Chu Mingao, am also the center of attention, but I didn't expect that such a guy would take away my virginity. It's really a big joke. At this time, there was a noise outside. Sir, you can't see our CEO Chu without an appointment. Don't force your way in. The office door was pushed open, and Lu Chuan appeared at the door. Chu Mingao's pupils froze. The receptionist lowered her head with a face full of self-blame. CEO Chu, this guy didn't have an appointment. I didn't let him in, but he forced his way in. Chu Mingao ordered, all of you get out. Secretary Wang immediately took the receptionist out of the office and closed the door. Chu Mingao stared at Lu Chuan with her eyes. She was angry at the moment and said unhappily, you can find this place. You must have known my identity. Don't you know that I'm engaged to Long Heo? What do you want to do by coming to me? Do you want to get something from me? But Lu Chuan said seriously, I'm here to be responsible for you. Just now in the company lobby, he heard many people discussing Chu Mingao and Long Heo's marriage. From a few words, he knew that Chu Mingao and Long Heo's engagement was forced, not voluntary. Chu Mingao's grandfather passed away a year ago, and Chu Mingao's parents dared to influence Chu Mingao's marriage. Before that, Chu Mingao had been waiting for her fiancé to appear. Lu Chuan felt sympathy for Chu Mingao, and after what happened last night, he decided to help Chu Mingao. Chu Mingao was stunned. After a while, she couldn't help laughing. Be responsible for me? Just because of you? Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed, but still said firmly, not bad. Chu Mingao threw the paper with Lu Chuan's information at her with disdain. Don't be silly. Don't you know that I'm engaged to Long Heo? Why do you think you are qualified to compete with Long Heo? Lu Chuan took a look at his information, but did not panic. Instead, he took out the marriage certificate and slapped it in front of Chu Mingao. Because I'm your fiancé. Chu Mingao looked at the marriage certificate on the table. Her expression changed from confusion to astonishment. She stood up directly, looking at Lu Chuan in disbelief. You are the person Grandpa asked me to wait for. Lu Chuan nodded. Everything is based on first come first served. Since we already have an engagement, your engagement with Long Heo doesn't count. Even if his father is the underground leader of Yuncheng, he can't be so unreasonable. Of course, I know you may not like me, but I took your first time, so I should make it up to you. Don't worry, I just want Long Heo to give up marrying you. As for whether you are willing to marry me in the future, it is completely up to you. Anyway, he has 9 fiancés, so even if Chu Mingao doesn't want to, he doesn't worry about not being able to find a wife. Chu Mingao waited for a long time before she came to her senses and then rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Lu Chuan, saying, I was raised by my grandfather, so I have no objection to the marriage he arranged for me, but the current situation is not as simple as you think. You should have heard of Long Xiana's reputation. Once he knows that I have a fiancé like you, do you think you still have a way out? Lu Chuan said seriously, now I'm really nothing in Long Xiana's eyes, but it won't be long before I will be famous in Yuncheng and even surpass Long Xiana. Chu Mingao couldn't help shaking her head. She vaguely remembered that her grandfather had said that the fiancé arranged for her was a true dragon among men and would achieve extraordinary success in the future. However, the Lu Chuan in front of her obviously did not meet this description, which made her feel very disappointed. Moreover, after hearing what Lu Chuan said, she felt that this guy was a little arrogant and did not know his position. She was about to persuade Lu Chuan to be down to earth and not to have such unrealistic fantasies when suddenly a chill hit her body, causing her body to soften and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurried over to pick up Chu Mingyao and asked, "Miss Chu, what's wrong with you? Why is your body so cold?" Chu Mingyao said weakly, I have a cold attack, help me call a doctor." Lu Chuan frowned and quickly took Chu Mingyao's pulse. He felt that there was an extremely cold force in her body, which was quite terrifying. He remembered that Chu Mingyao was in this state last night and instantly understood why she did not resist. He stared at Chu Mingyao and asked, "Miss Chu, I have a way to cure your cold. Do you believe me?" Chu Mingyao glanced at him and was obviously hesitant. "Really?" Lu Chuan nodded seriously. His inherited memory contained a vast amount of medical knowledge, so curing a cold was no problem. Chu Mingyao said weakly, "Then I'll trouble you." Lu Chuan suddenly said a little embarrassedly, "But my method of treatment requires me to put my hand on your lower abdomen, and it can't be through the clothes. I have to put it in." Chapter 3 One-time solution. Chu Mingyao's eyes widened, thinking that this bastard would not want to take advantage of me when I'm weak again, right? "Where on my body did you not touch last night? Why do you have to bully me at this time? Shameless." She wanted to scold Lu Chuan, but then she thought that this was a good time to test this guy. If this guy's really a horny guy, even if I don't fulfill the engagement, Grandpa should understand. Let him take advantage of me again. After this time, I will completely cut off my relationship with him. Thinking of this, Chu Mingyao whispered, Then you come." Seeing that Chu Mingyao had no objection, Lu Chuan turned his head and looked around the office, then picked her up and laid her flat on the desk. "Miss Chu, I'm sorry." He put his hand in, and it was close to Chu Mingyao's smooth and soft skin. Then he began to mobilize the power in his danshan and send it to Chu Mingyao. The power in Lu Chuan's danshan is the spiritual power unique to practitioners, which can only be possessed by those who embark on the path of practice. Although Lu Chuan has not formally practiced, after last night, he has this majestic power in his danshan, and he himself does not know what is going on. Chu Mingyao lay on the desk with shame on her face. After feeling Lu Chuan's hand, her body could not help but tremble. She thought to herself that this is good. Although I suffer a loss, I will not have a psychological burden when I refuse him. The next second, she felt a warm current in her body, which began to dispel the cold in her body. The feeling was so comfortable that she could not help but hum. She looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. She did not expect that this guy was actually treating her cold instead of taking advantage of her. Did I blame him wrongly? She was immersed in this unprecedented comfortable feeling, and her whole body completely relaxed. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan pulled his hand back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Chu Mingyao's face flushed, as if she was too comfortable, and was still immersed in that feeling. She came to her senses after hearing Lu Chuan's words, and quickly got down from the table and said, I'm fine." She looked at Lu Chuan gratefully and said, "Thank you." Lu Chuan said with some shame, "The cold in your body is extremely difficult to deal with. I just suppressed it temporarily and failed to eradicate it. If you want to cure it completely, you still need 4 to 6 treatments." Chu Mingyao nodded and said, "This effect is already very powerful. If it were before, I would have to endure the cold in my body for 12 hours before it would subside, and the medicine prescribed by the doctor basically didn't work." Lu Chuan remembered something and said, "In fact, there is another way to eradicate the cold in your body at once." Chu Mingyao's eyes lit up and asked, "What method?" She now began to understand why her grandfather wanted Lu Chuan to be her fiancé. Although this guy's information was mediocre and even a little bit bad, his ability was really surprising. Her cold disease had been studied and treated by many world-class doctors, but it had not been effective. Lu Chuan just put his hand on her lower abdomen and successfully resolved the cold. This alone was enough to show that this guy was extraordinary. Maybe what I saw was just the appearance. This Lu Chuan might be a man of great talent. Chu Mingyao murmured in her heart. At this time, Lu Chuan was obviously a little embarrassed and said the method, I have a special physique that can suppress the cold in your body. If you sleep with me again, it should be completely eliminated. Chu Mingyao's expression was stunned, then she took 2 steps back, raised her hand, and slapped him in the face. Asshole. You are shameless. You are vulgar. Chu Mingyao gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chuan. The good impression she had just had on him disappeared instantly. How could such a lustful person have such a great talent? I must have had such an idea because my brain was filled with water. Lu Chuan covered his face and said embarrassedly, I'm telling the truth. Why did you hit me? Chu Mingyao bit her lip and glanced at Lu Chuan. Thinking that he had just cured her cold, she stopped the attack. She walked to the desk with a gloomy face, took a few things, walked out of the office, and said coldly, follow me. Lu Chuan followed her out. Chu Mingyao drove Lu Chuan to the city center. On the way, Chu Mingyao thought of her cold attack last night, but after being bullied by Lu Chuan, the feeling of cold air entering the body did disappear. When she got up this morning, she was like nothing happened, without any weakness as before. At that time, her cold attack recurred, and the degree was obviously reduced a lot, no longer as intense as before. This made her suspect that what Lu Chuan said might be true. Even if it's true, I can't let this bastard succeed again. How good can people who go to that kind of undecent massage shop be? Chu Mingyao secretly complained. Soon, the two came to a high-end community called Jinhulanan. Chu Mingyao took Lu Chuan to a house. Lu Chuan looked at the spacious and exquisite house and asked, Miss Chu, why did you bring me here? Chu Mingyao handed the key to Lu Chuan. You will live here in the future. Then she handed Lu Chuan a bank card. There is 100,000 in this card, enough for you to spend for a while. Lu Chuan was surprised. Miss Chu, you are too polite. Chu Mingyao said, this is your reward for helping me treat my cold. You have just been dumped, so you must have no place to live? Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. In that case, I won't be polite. When I'm well off in the future, I will definitely return it to Miss Chu. After that, he took the key and bank card. Chu Mingyao stared at Lu Chuan solemnly and said, I'll give you the house, and you don't have to pay back the money. Besides, you took my virginity, so I don't owe you anything. The engagement between us is now void, and we won't meet again. After that, she turned and left. Lu Chuan grabbed Chu Mingyao's wrist and said, I will be responsible for you. Chu Mingyao looked at Lu Chuan with a complicated expression. You can't afford to offend Long Hao. You will only risk your life. Our business ends here. Don't be stubborn. Lu Chuan said word by word. I will be responsible for you. Do what you say. Chu Mingyao sighed helplessly, stared at Lu Chuan for a few seconds, broke free from his hand, turned around and left. Lu Chuan smiled, walked to the sofa and sat down. He would not be stupid enough to think that, since he and Chu Mingyao were engaged, the other party would definitely fall in love with him. But after all, he took Chu Mingyao's virginity, so he had to make up for this woman. Even if Chu Mingyao didn't stay with him in the end, he would not allow Long Hao to bully Chu Mingyao. Helping Chu Mingyao is equivalent to going against Long Hao and his father Long Xian'er. I must make myself stronger, otherwise I will just be a lamb to be slaughtered. Chu Mingyao, I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged and began to breathe in and out according to the practice method in the inheritance, leading the spiritual energy into the body, gathering it in the danshan, and condensing it into his own strength. The spiritual energy of Jinhu community quickly gathered towards Lu Chuan's house. Lu Chuan absorbed it like a whale swallowing a cow. The practice continued until the evening. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After standing up, his figure became more upright, and his whole person's momentum was raised a few points. He threw a punch. Bang! There was a sonic boom in the living room. If this punch hit the wall, I'm afraid it would be able to break through the wall. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lu Chuan was full of excitement, and said to himself, I didn't expect that my power has reached such a terrifying level. If I run into that bastard Liu Kun again, I can knock him away with one punch. At this moment, a cyclone formed by the gathering of spiritual power appeared in his danshan, which was the sign of stepping into the path of cultivation. And he successfully reached the first level of ki training in just one day. The realm of practitioners is divided into ki training, foundation building, golden elixir, and ascent soul. There are 9 levels in the ki training period, which is the stage for practitioners to lay the foundation. Generally speaking, from nothing to something is the most difficult stage, so it is a hurdle for a mortal body to step into the first level of ki training. 70% of people who want to embark on the path of cultivation are stuck at this stage, and Lu Chuan crossed this hurdle in just one day. This speed of cultivation is rare even in the world of cultivation. I'm so fast in cultivation, I'm afraid it has something to do with the sex last night. Grandpa said that my dragon and yang power is strong. If I practice dual cultivation, I'm afraid my strength will improve even more terrifyingly. Lu Chuan obviously became much more confident than before. If anyone humiliates me again in the future, I will beat him up with one punch. He stretched his muscles and took a shower. He was going to have dinner, but at this time he received a call from his sister-in-law Munanking. Xiao Chuan, come and save me. Kinlan hid a man at home without your knowledge. This guy wanted to molest me and beat me up. What the hell? What's the point of calling that loser? If he comes, I won't beat you. Kneel down for me. Liu Kun's voice sounded. Then the phone was hung up. Beep beep beep. Lu Chuan listened to the sound of the phone being hung up. His eyes were about to split, and a raging anger rose in his chest instantly. Then he ran downstairs and took a taxi to the community where Kinlan lived. After his parents and grandfather disappeared when he was 7 years old, he was brought up by an older brother in an orphanage. Perhaps good people are rewarded, and although the older brother was not well off, he married Munanking, who had an excellent figure and appearance. At that time, Lu Chuan felt that his sister-in-law was the most beautiful woman in the world. Her charming face, curvy figure, and the unique charm of a mature woman made Lu Chuan's heart beat faster when he talked to her. Munanking did not alienate him, because Lu Chuan and his older brother met in an orphanage. Instead, she treated him like her own brother. If it weren't for their help over the years, Lu Chuan would have starved to death on the street. A few years ago, his older brother died of illness, but Munanking did not break off contact with Lu Chuan. She often sent food to Lu Chuan, and no matter what Lu Chuan had, she would rush to help him as soon as possible. Although this sister-in-law is not Lu Chuan's relative, she is better than a relative. Now that he heard that Munanking was being beaten by Liu Kun, he just wanted to strangle this bastard to death. Liu Kun, it's fine that you bully me, but you also bully my sister-in-law. If I don't beat you to your knees and beg for mercy this time, I won't be named Lu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 4 Sister-in-law is bullied. Zenki home. Lu Chuan rushed into the community and arrived at Kinlan's door as quickly as possible. He kicked the door open and then saw Munanking with messy hair and bruises on his face, kneeling in front of Liu Kun, and Liu Kun was reaching out to untie his belt. When the two heard the sound of kicking the door, they all turned their heads to look over. Liu Kun stopped untying his belt and turned to Lu Chuan with a sneer. You trash actually dared to come here. I didn't beat you hard enough yesterday, did I? Seeing Lu Chuan coming, Munanking was about to get up immediately, but was pushed back by Liu Kun. What are you doing? Want to run? If you don't make me feel comfortable today, you'll keep kneeling here. Lu Chuan was furious, clenched his fists, and shouted, Liu Kun, I'll kill you. Liu Kun sneered, you weak chicken? Don't be funny, just watch your good sister-in-law serve me, come in front of you. It's exciting to think about it. Lu Chuan rushed over in one step. He didn't want to talk nonsense with this beast anymore. Seeing this, Liu Kun curled his lips and immediately prepared to beat Lu Chuan. However, when Lu Chuan arrived in front of him, he found that his reaction could not keep up with Lu Chuan's speed at all. Lu Chuan's fist attacked his face, but he could only watch this. How is this possible? Bang! Liu Kun was knocked to the ground by Lu Chuan in an instant. The force of this punch almost sent him away. Lu Chuan helped Mu Nanking up and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Mu Nanking leaned on Lu Chuan's arms in fear, then shook her head gently. "No, I'm fine. I just got beaten by him." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and glared at Liu Kun, intending to teach this guy a lesson later, and asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Mu Nanking explained, "I stewed chicken today, thinking of sending some to you and Kinlan, but I didn't expect that the person who opened the door after I came here was this strange man. After he knew that I was your sister-in-law, he kept staring at me with lustful eyes and then forcibly dragged me into the house, saying that you owed him money and wanted me to pay it back with my body. I disagreed, so he beat me, and I finally found an opportunity to call you. This guy was very cruel. I couldn't stand it at all and finally had to surrender. If you hadn't arrived in time just now, I'm afraid he would." At this point, Mu Nanking cried aggrievedly. Lu Chuan quickly comforted him, saying, "Sister-in-law, it's okay. I'm here. He won't dare to do anything to you." Then he looked at Liu Kun with cold eyes, grabbed his collar, raised his hand and slapped him. "You are such a beast." Liu Kun had just recovered, and this slap stunned him again. "Lu Chuan, I really gave you face. If you touch me again, I promise to make you regret living in this world." Pa. Lu Chuan increased his strength without hesitation. Liu Kun was a sander master who could knock down 4 or 5 men by himself, but now he had no power to fight back in front of Lu Chuan. He couldn't figure out why this waste who was beaten by him last night suddenly became so powerful, and he could only bear it with a grieved heart. After a while, Liu Kun was beaten into a pig's head, and blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, so he quickly begged for mercy. Brother Chuan, I was wrong. Stop, I'm going to be beaten to death by you." Lu Chuan ignored him and continued to beat him. Liu Kun was dying and almost cried, "Dad, isn't it enough for me to call you dad? If you keep hitting me, I'll really die." Lu Chuan stopped, snorted coldly, and scolded, "Kneel down and apologize to my sister-in-law." Liu Kun didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly got up and knelt in front of Mu Nanking. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again." Lu Chuan felt that the anger in his heart had been vented. He kicked Liu Kun and said, "If you dare to bully my sister-in-law again in the future, I promise to beat you to death." Then he turned around and supported Mu Nanking. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Not long after Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking left, Kinlan returned home. When she saw Liu Kun lying on the ground, half dead, her face changed. She hurried over to help him up. "Honey, what's wrong with you? How could you be beaten like this?" Liu Kun's eyes were full of viciousness, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It was that son of a bitch Lu Chuan." Kinlan frowned. "That waste? How could he beat you like this?" Liu Kun said angrily, "Lu Chuan instructed his sister-in-law to seduce me. That woman is really slutty. I ignored her, but she stuck to me and took off my clothes. Lu Chuan found a good opportunity to rush in and took pictures to threaten me, saying that he would beat me to avenge last night. I was afraid that he would spread the pictures and ruin my reputation, so I had to give in. Otherwise, he, a waste, would not be my opponent. But this grandson was really cruel. I was almost beaten to death by him." Kinlan's face became extremely gloomy after hearing this, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This coward can actually come up with such a way to deal with you. He is really capable." Liu Kun saw that Kinlan believed his words, and he breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and then said angrily, "I must avenge this. I can't swallow this breath in my heart if I don't let him suffer a little." Kinlan immediately said, "Dear, I have a friend who can invite the internal force master under Long Shire. Since we want to take revenge, why don't we do something cruel and ask an internal force master to deal with him?" Liu Kun's eyes lit up. "Okay, I'll listen to you. With the help of an internal force master, this loser will have to spend the rest of his life in bed." After Lu Chuan took Mu Nanking away from Zenki home, they went to the small house that Mu Nanking rented. The house only had 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The space was very small, and there were a lot of things, but Mu Nanking cleaned it up very cleanly and made some beautiful decorations, making the room full of a warm atmosphere. Sister-in-law, it's all my fault for what happened today. I broke up with Kinlan yesterday. If I had told you the first time, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Chuan said self-reproachfully. Munan shook his head, indicating that he didn't blame Lu Chuan, and asked, what's going on between you and Kinlan? Lu Chuan sighed, and told him about Kinlan's affair with Liu Kun. Munan frowned slightly. I thought Kinlan was a good girl, and I was hoping that you two could get married and have children, but I didn't expect her to be so vain and shameless. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about her, she is a thing of the past. Sister-in-law, there are some bruises on your face. Let me help you remove them. Your face is so beautiful, you shouldn't have such flaws. Munan was surprised. You still have this ability? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I have many more skills, and I will show them to my sister-in-law one by one in the future. Munan also laughed. Okay, do it for me. Lu Chuan nodded, walked to Munan, held her face, put his hand on the bruise, and began to use his spiritual power to help her remove the bruise. Munan face is very beautiful, with the charm of a mature woman, coupled with her affectionate eyes. Lu Chuan was a little fascinated. Aren't you going to help me remove the bruises? Why don't you move? Munan asked. Lu Chuan came back to his senses, quickly moved his eyes away, coughed twice and said, Sister-in-law, you'd better close your eyes. I'm embarrassed to see you like this. Munan smiled and slowly closed her eyes. Not long after, the bruises on Munan face completely disappeared, and her whole face returned to its fair and delicate state. Okay. Lu Chuan took his hand back. Munan looked in the mirror and found that the bruises on her face really disappeared. She was surprised and happy. Xiaochun, you are so amazing. You actually have such magical medical skills. Lu Chuan was a little proud. These are just tricks. Munan looked at him with a reproachful look, and then she got up to pour Lu Chuan a glass of water. As soon as she stood up, her brows frowned, and then she sat down quickly, with cold sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly asked, Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Munan said, I suddenly felt a little pain here in my ribs. Then she lifted her clothes a little bit and looked towards the left ribs. There was a large bruise, spreading upwards, which was extremely scary. Only a small part was exposed, and most of it was covered by clothes. Lu Chuan guessed that the bruise might have reached Munan chest. His face instantly turned cold and he cursed. Liu Kun, that bastard. I should have beaten him to death at that time. Munan said, okay, don't be angry. It's not worth it. Your medical skills are so great. Just help me treat this place too. Lu Chuan's face was full of embarrassment. Judging from the location of Munan bruise, if he wanted to treat it, he would have to put his hand on the side of Munan chest, which was really a bit difficult for him. He thought for a while and said, Sister-in-law, why don't I go buy some medicinal herbs and make you some ointment? You can apply it yourself. Munan puzzled. Why do you need medicinal herbs? Can't you heal it with your hands? Why bother spending this money? Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, the location of your bruise is a bit awkward. I will be rude to you. Munan then realized, while Lu Chuan went to buy medicinal herbs, and her face turned red. She thought that it would cost money to buy herbs, and her bruise suddenly hurt so much that she was afraid she would faint from the pain when Lu Chuan bought the herbs to make ointment. So she said shamelessly, it's okay to be a doctor. You are a doctor now. There is no need to be rude. Just treat it as you should. Sister-in-law won't blame you. And it hurts a lot. I'm afraid I can't bear it. It will be troublesome if I have to go to the hospital. Hearing this, Lu Chuan nodded and said with some guilt, okay, sister-in-law, you have to take off your underwear and lie on the bed. Munan face became hot. After hesitating for several seconds, she said to Lu Chuan, then turn around. Chapter 5 Helping Sister-in-law Heal. Lu Chuan quickly turned around and turned his back to Munan. Then he heard the sound of taking off clothes, and his mind couldn't help but imagine some pictures, and his breathing became heavy. After a while, Munan voice rang out, okay, come and help me treat it, it hurts so much. Lu Chuan turned around and found that Munan was already lying on the bed. She had taken off her upper body clothes and covered herself with a quilt to cover her private parts. However, because the bruises had to be exposed, Lu Chuan could still vaguely see a white greasy undulation looming, which made him more tempting. He swallowed his saliva and walked to the bed. He kept saying in his heart, "Don't look at it if you don't want to." Then he stretched out his hand, placed it on the bruised part of Mu Nanking, and began to release his spiritual power. Because the bruises were large, Lu Chuan had to keep moving his hand. During the process, he accidentally touched the soft part several times, and his nervous body straightened. Mu Nanking's face was also hot, but in order not to affect Lu Chuan's treatment, he did not show any abnormality. After about 15 minutes, the bruises on Mu Nanking's body were completely eliminated. Lu Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly turned around and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm done. You should put on your clothes quickly." Mu Nanking got up and put on her clothes. The blush on her face gradually faded. She said shyly, "Zao-chan, thank you." Lu Chuan smiled. "Sister-in-law, you are too polite." Mu Nanking glanced out the window and found that it was already dark. She said, "Have dinner here before leaving." "I'll make it now." Lu Chuan nodded. He hadn't tasted his sister-in-law's cooking for a long time. At this moment, there was a violent knock on the door. Bang bang bang. "Mu Nanking, you owe me 3 months rent. How long are you going to delay it?" Mu Nanking's face changed, and he hurried over to open the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing slippers, a little bald, and looking very sloppy. This man was Mu Nanking's landlord. Mu Nanking said apologetically, "Brother Wang, I'm already trying to find a way to raise money. Please give me a few more days, and I promise to pay all the rent I owe." She works in a nearby bar, but the bar has recently had problems with cash flow and has not paid wages for 3 months, which has made her life extremely difficult, so she didn't want Lu Chuan to buy medicinal materials. The landlord sneered, "I've given you enough grace time. You must pay me the rent today." His eyes kept wandering over Mu Nanking's seductive figure, and his expression suddenly became obscene. "But I'm not so unkind. How about this? You sleep with me for 1 night and make me comfortable. Then you don't have to pay the rent for these 3 months. And if you are willing to be my lover, you can live in my house as long as you want. How about it?" Mu Nanking frowned and said angrily, "Brother Wang, stop joking. I'm not that kind of person." At this time, Lu Chuan walked over, stared at the landlord, and asked Mu Nanking, "Sister-in-law, you have no money to pay the rent?" Mu Nanking was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. At this time, the landlord said in an exaggerated tone, "Hey, isn't this your brother-in-law? I was wondering why I heard some noise inside. It turned out that you were messing around with your brother-in-law. Come to think of it, your husband has been dead for several years. You must have a big demand for that thing. But since you have done it with your brother-in-law, it should be okay to do it with me, right?" Mu Nanking's eyes widened, as if humiliated, and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Zao-chan and I mess around?" The landlord sneered, "Don't pretend. Who can resist the coquettish look of you twisting your big butt? You two have been in the room for so long. If you say you didn't do it, no one will believe it." Mu Nanking was so angry that she clenched her teeth and her chest heaved. Lu Chuan raised his hand and slapped the landlord, knocking him to the ground. "If you slander my sister-in-law again, I will make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." The landlord covered his face and looked at his brother-in-law Mu Nanking in horror. He didn't expect the other party to be so fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your sister-in-law owes me rent, and you hit me. Is there any law?" Lu Chuan said with a cold face, "I will pay the rent my sister-in-law owes you. A total of 4,500 for 3 months. Just pay it." The landlord shouted. Lu Chuan immediately transferred 5,000 to him. "The extra 500 is for you to go to the hospital to check your brain and see how dirty it is." Then he looked at Mu Nanking. "Sister-in-law, pack up your things. We won't live here anymore." Mu Nanking was confused. "No, where else to live if not here?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Go to my place. I'll take you to live in a big house." Mu Nanking packed up her valuables and personal belongings in a moment of shock, and then left here under the leadership of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan found a special car took Munanking's things, and rushed to Jinnu community. On the way, he received a call from Kinlan. "Luchuan, you are really capable. You even dare to hit my dear. Let me tell you, we have spent a lot of money to hire an internal force master to deal with you. My request to him is to break your legs and make you childless. Wait for the gift I give you." After that, the phone was hung up. Luchuan frowned. He had heard of the existence of internal force masters before. It was rumored that these masters were different from those fancy ones on TV. They were ancient martial artists with real inheritance, who could develop extremely explosive internal force in their bodies, and they mastered real killing skills, which should not be underestimated. Kinlan was really cruel to me. She even invited an internal force master to deal with me. Luchuan smiled helplessly. Munanking asked, "Zio-chuan, what's wrong?" Luchuan shook his head. "It's okay. Kinlan and Liu Kun just want to find someone to retaliate against me." Munanking suddenly became worried. "What can I do?" Luchuan smiled and said, "It's okay. They can't do anything. Internal force masters are scary, but Luchuan is a more mysterious and powerful practitioner, so there is no need to worry." Not long after, the two arrived at Jinnu community. Munanking looked at the environment of the high-end community with surprise on his face. When he entered Luchuan's big house and saw the spacious space and expensive decoration here, he felt even more incredible. She quickly looked at Luchuan and asked, "Zio-chuan, you were kicked out by Kinlan, didn't you get nothing? On the way, you said you would not deliver food anymore. How did you live in such a nice house? You wouldn't do anything illegal, would you?" Luchuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you underestimate me too much. This house was given to me by someone, because I was treating a patient." Munanking was shocked. Thinking of Luchuan's magical medical skills, her doubts were immediately dispelled. She said with emotion, "He gave you such a big house, just for treating a patient. This person must be very rich." Luchuan smiled and said nothing. He walked to the door of a bedroom and said, "Sister-in-law, you will live in this room from now on. I will clean it up for you." Munanking was a little entangled. After all, she and Luchuan had a special relationship. If they lived together, they would probably attract rumors. However, after a long consideration, she finally made a decision and said to Luchuan, then I won't be polite to you." The two of them cleaned up the room, and Munanking went to cook. After dinner, Munanking said with emotion, "I never dreamed that I would have the opportunity to live in such a big house in my life." Luchuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, this is just the beginning. Our lives will get better and better in the future, and I promise that from now on, no one can bully you anymore." He knew that with Munanking's beauty, as long as she opened her legs, she could live a life of luxury, but she never did so. And no matter how hard Munanking's life was, she would always think of Luchuan, which made Luchuan very moved. Now that he had the ability, he naturally had to find a way to make his only relative live a good life. Munanking just smiled when she heard what Luchuan said. "I'm satisfied with what you said, but you should keep the money you made. I'm still looking forward to you getting married." Luchuan laughed and said, "Don't be in a hurry to get married, sister-in-law. I will take you around the community, get familiar with it, and have a meal." Munanking nodded and went downstairs with Luchuan. The environment in the community is very good because it is night. There is a sense of tranquility. The two walked to a small forest. Luchuan imagined a bright future, and Munanking followed behind Luchuan, looking at his back with her beautiful eyes, wondering what she was thinking. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of the two people. Munanking was startled and quickly hid behind Luchuan, sticking close to him. What was that just now? Luchuan immediately became alert, but he felt the soft touch on his back and felt a little embarrassed. He pretended to take a half step forward casually. Sister-in-law's figure is really great. He looked at the woods in front of him and shouted, "Who is sneaking around? Come out if you have the guts." A strong wind blew, and Luchuan saw a middle-aged man with a mustache appear and slapped his chest. He immediately used his spiritual power and slapped the palm. The two palms faced each other, and the middle-aged man made a surprised sound and quickly retreated to the back. Luchuan's expression became serious. He just felt a strange power contained in the palm of the middle-aged man. Although it was not as strong as his spiritual power, it was stronger and should not be underestimated. This person should be the internal force master invited by Kinlan. After the middle-aged man stood firm, he looked at Lu Chuan for a few times, then looked at Munan King. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he licked his tongue with a wicked smile. Boy, you can take my palm, you have a good physique. Although I'm paid to do things for others, everything can be discussed. If you let me play with a woman next to you, I will let you go. How about it? Chapter 6. Refining Pills. When Munan King heard the middle-aged man's words, he subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lu Chuan's clothes. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, it's not certain who will let the other go. The middle-aged man sneered, I'm being polite to you. Do you really think you're an onion? I heard them say you're a loser. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Well, I'll destroy you first, and then I'll play with her in front of you later. It's exciting to think about it. As soon as the voice fell, the middle-aged man rushed towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan quickly protected Munan King behind him and started fighting with the middle-aged man. The two fought for dozens of moves, and the middle-aged man's face became solemn. Aren't you a loser? How can you be so strong? Lu Chuan sneered, you believe the words of idiots. It seems that your brain is not very good. Although he said so, he was still a little nervous in his heart. He originally thought that he could easily get rid of this internal force master with the power of a practitioner, but now he just fought to a draw, which made him realize that he underestimated the internal force master a little. The power of a cultivator can indeed crush everything, but my current realm is too low, and the internal strength master should not be underestimated. I must not be blindly arrogant in the future, otherwise I will definitely suffer a great loss. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Chuan, cursing inwardly, this kid's strength is only stronger than mine. I'm afraid that only my eldest brother can kill him. The information given by those two idiots is wrong. I really want to strangle them to death. He took a deep breath, condensed all his internal strength on his palm, and shouted, take my palm. If this palm can't succeed, he can only retreat. Lu Chuan felt the danger coming, and the spiritual power in his body burst out, and he also slapped out a palm. Broken heart palm. This is an ordinary move in the immortal cultivation method, but it is already very powerful for Lu Chuan at present. The two palms collided, and a force exploded. The middle-aged man flew backwards, hit a tree, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my method of cultivating immortals is better. He wanted to take advantage of the victory and rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Lu Chuan fiercely, and then threw a round bead. Lu Chuan thought it was not good and immediately stopped and retreated to the back. The round bead fell to the ground and exploded, creating thick smoke, blocking Lu Chuan's sight. When Lu Chuan bypassed the smoke and looked back, the middle-aged man had disappeared. He did not think about chasing him. The previous battle consumed all his spiritual power. It would be dangerous to chase him again. He hurried to Munan King and said, sister-in-law, we should not stay here for a long time. Let's go back first. The two returned home. Munan King had not recovered from the shocking fight just now. She had only seen such scenes on TV before. Xiao-Chen, what happened to that man just now? Munan King asked. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly and said, it should be Kinlan and Liu Kun who came to avenge me. Munan King was surprised. They are too cruel, aren't they? The man just now wanted to kill you. Lu Chuan sighed. I didn't expect them to be so cruel. Munan King showed self-blame on his face. It's all my fault. If you hadn't stood up for me, you wouldn't have been retaliated. Lu Chuan smiled and said, sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? This is obviously the fault of Kinlan and Liu Kun, and I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm very powerful now, and they can't do anything to me. Munan King thought about it, and felt that it was true. The heroic side that Lu Chuan showed at that time made her admire this brother a little. She looked at Lu Chuan shyly and said, Xiao-Chen, it's great to have you here. Lu Chuan was shocked by Munan King's eyes, and then quickly said, sister-in-law, I was too exhausted in the battle just now. I have to recover quickly. You should also rest early. Then he hurried back to the room. Munan King did not bother about it anymore, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed, practiced his skills, began to breathe, and soon his mind calmed down. The next morning, Lu Chuan finished his practice, got up and stretched, and his condition returned to the peak again. But there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Now is the end of the Dharma era, the spiritual energy in the air is extremely thin, and my practice step by step is too slow. Last night's battle made Lu Chuan realize that, although he had a practice inheritance, there were still many people who could easily crush him, before he turned the inheritance into his own strength. Although the internal force master is far inferior to the practitioner, it is a complete path after all. He guessed that, if the internal force is practiced to a high level, it can also enter the Tao. Even if Lu Chuan can easily crush the internal force master of the same level or even 2 or 3 levels higher, there will always be a stronger person with more profound strength. The internal force master that Kinlan could hire with money has already made Lu Chuan stretched to the limit, not to mention the famous Long Shianaya. So he was eager to improve his strength, so that he would be qualified to make up for Chumingayao, and be able to protect Munanking. If I practice step by step, it will take another week for me to reach the second level of key training. It seems that I have to find a way to refine some pills to increase the speed of practice. Thinking of this, he began to miss the night with Chumingayao. After all, it was a great time and rapid improvement at the same time, which was the dream of all practitioners. He simply washed up, had breakfast with Munanking, and after a few words, rushed to the medicinal materials market. In order to refine high quality pills, the medicinal materials needed must be old. Lu Chuan has a heritage, and can distinguish the quality of medicinal materials at a glance, but even so, after walking around the medicinal materials market, he did not find a few old medicinal plants. After all, this is a place for wholesale, and the real old medicinal materials are hidden in the antique street. But that kind of place is not something Lu Chuan, who has only tens of thousands of yuan, can go to. However, after some searching, Lu Chuan still found a few good medicinal herbs, including 2 10-year-old herbs, which cost him a total of 50,000 yuan, which almost made him heartbroken. 10-year-old herbs are already so expensive, so wouldn't a 100-year-old herb be priced sky high? These days, without money, even cultivating immortals is difficult. Lu Chuan couldn't help but complain. He came to a Chinese medicine shop, gave the apprentice 50 yuan, and borrowed the tools of the Chinese medicine shop to make medicine. After a busy time, he used the herbs he bought to make 3 Zuan pills, which are a kind of pill that can increase a person's power. It is of great help to practitioners in the key refining stage, but the number of 3 is still a little small, and it can only allow him to reach the peak of the first level of key refining at most. It is still a little difficult to break through. He looked at the leftover medicinal materials left over from refining the Zuan pill, and felt that they should not be wasted, so he added a few more herbs, and boiled a pot of black ointment. At this time, the apprentice came over, and saw the ointment that Lu Chuan had made. He said with disdain, "You don't know how to make medicine at all? Look at what you made, it's like asphalt. Is this also medicine?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "This thing is called debridement ointment. It has the effect of stopping bleeding and swelling, removing scars, can be used for all external injuries, and it takes effect in a few seconds, and it has another function." The apprentice asked, "What is the function?" Lu Chuan laughed, "You are still young, I won't tell you." The apprentice curled his lips. "TSK, I think you are just fooling people. Your black stuff, let alone treating external injuries, may even poison people." Lu Chuan smiled slightly, and did not argue. Although his debridement ointment did not look good, the effect was absolutely first class. After all, this is the basic healing medicine used by all cultivators. This is what he planned to sell. After all, buying medicinal materials today made him bleed a lot, and he had to find a way to earn it back. In the future, the medicinal materials needed for the path of cultivation will only increase, and become more and more expensive. He had to find a way to make money steadily. He put the debridement cream into small bottles, 13 bottles in total. Just as he was about to leave with the debridement cream, a group of people carried several people with knife wounds all over their bodies and bleeding profusely on stretchers into the Chinese medicine shop. Then a middle-aged man with a beard and a gold chain, who looked like a bad guy, walked in accompanied by a group of younger brothers. Seeing this, the old Chinese doctor in the Chinese medicine shop was so scared that he quickly stood up from the recliner. The middle-aged man said lightly, "My brothers were injured while fighting for my territory. Please treat them, sir. Money is not a problem." The old Chinese doctor looked at the middle-aged man for a few times and exclaimed, "Imoleo Wu, fifth master?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Thank you for your trouble, sir. Don't worry, I'll treat them right away." The old Chinese doctor did not dare to neglect it and hurried to the stretcher to check the condition of the injured. Lu Chuan on the side looked at the middle-aged man with some surprise. He had also heard of the name of Imoleo Wu. This man was a famous gangster leader in Kyadan district. He had a group of younger brothers under him. He made a name for himself by fighting and killing in the early years. Now he has opened several bars and KTVs, and his family background is considered to be quite strong. After the old Chinese doctor examined the conditions of several injured people, he frowned, then looked at Imoleo Wu with some trepidation, and said, Wu Yi, forgive me for my limited ability. Your brothers are too seriously injured. There are several cuts several centimeters deep, and countless bruises. My small pharmacy does not have the conditions to treat them. You can only take them to the hospital. Imoleo Wu frowned and cursed. The people queuing up to see a doctor at the hospital have lined up to my grandma's house. I'm a civilized person and don't want to cut in line. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring them here. Please think of a way, sir. The old Chinese doctor shook his head helplessly. Wu Yi, I really have no power. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward and said, Wu Yi, I have a medicine here that can cure the injuries of your brothers. I wonder if Wu Yi is interested? Chapter 7 Another effect of debridement cream. Imoleo Wu glanced at Lu Chuan and asked, what medicine? Lu Chuan immediately took out a bottle of debridement ointment, poured a little on his hand, and said, this medicine is called debridement ointment. It can treat knife wounds, sword wounds, and bruises. The effect is excellent. Because it is a new product, one bottle only costs 10,000 yuan. Imoleo Wu looked at the black and sticky substance in Lu Chuan's hand and frowned slightly. Is this medicine? Are you sure you are not fooling me? The apprentice hurried to Lu Chuan and pulled him back. Are you crazy? Haven't you heard of Imoleo Wu's name? You dare to sell him your broken medicine and sell it at such a high price. Are you going to die? Then he smiled at Imoleo Wu and said, Master Wu, this guy has gone crazy making medicine. Don't bother with him. Imoleo Wu snorted coldly, let him go. The apprentice's expression froze. He did not dare to disobey Imoleo Wu's order. He let go of Lu Chuan and gave him a speechless and sympathetic look. Imoleo Wu looked at Lu Chuan and said, since you have the guts to sell me the medicine, I'll give you a chance. I'll let one of my brothers try your medicine. If it works, I'll pay 10,000 yuan per bottle. But if it doesn't work, or my brother is more seriously injured because of your medicine, I'll have to cut a few cuts on you so you can feel the taste of the medicine yourself. Lu Chuan said without hesitation, no problem. Then he took the initiative to come to a wounded man, took a look at the hideous cut on the man's thigh, and applied the debridement cream on it. A sizzling sound was heard. White smoke came out of the wound. The wounded man screamed and looked extremely painful. Seeing this, Imoleo Wu's face turned cold and he shouted, damn it, you are kidding me. The apprentice shook his head helplessly. This guy's really courting death. Now even the king of heaven can't save him. Hold him down and stab him a few times. Imoleo Wu ordered. A group of younger brothers were about to attack Lu Chuan immediately. Wait a minute. Lu Chuan said. Imoleo Wu stared at Lu Chuan and said, you made my brother suffer this kind of pain. I'm afraid it was not sent by my mortal enemies on purpose. What else do you have to say? Lu Chuan slowly moved his hand that was pressing on the injured man's leg away and said, just look for yourself. Everyone looked at the injured man's thigh. They saw that the place where there was a 3 centimeter long hideous cut just now had completely healed, leaving only a red scar on it. Everyone exclaimed. It actually healed. This is too magical. Oh my god, such a deep cut. It took less than 2 minutes, and it actually healed. And there is only a scar left. Is this medicine a miracle medicine? The apprentice and the old Chinese doctor were stunned. This, how is this possible? The apprentice shouted in disbelief. Even Emoleo Wu's pupils shrank, and the anger that had risen before was suppressed all at once. This is the effect of my medicine. If it is applied for a long enough time, even this scar will disappear. Such medicine sells for 10,000 per bottle. It shouldn't be expensive, right? Lu Chuan said with a smile. Emoleo Wu's attitude suddenly became much more polite. He smiled awkwardly at Lu Chuan and said, "Brother, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you just now. Since this medicine is so effective, please apply it to my other brothers quickly. I will pay according to the price." Lu Chuan nodded happily. He didn't expect that he had just made the debridement ointment and business would come to him. He quickly applied the ointment to several injured people. He applied the ointment to all the wounds of the injured and used up almost a whole bottle. Lu Chuan smiled and looked at Emoleo Wu and said, "Master Wu, they used a bottle in total, which is 10,000 yuan. However, you often fight and kill, and you are bound to get injured, so I suggest you buy a few more bottles in case of emergency." Emoleo Wu nodded and began to consider how many bottles he should buy. Judging from the fact that his brothers only used one bottle after so many injuries, this medicine is still quite durable. Moreover, although he had many enemies and was bound to fight, it was already the 21st century and the gangsters were educated. Fights were rare. Things like today's happened only once a year. So if he bought too much, he might not be able to use it. So he said, "In addition to the bottle just now, give me 3 more bottles." Seeing that Emoleo Wu only wanted 3 bottles, Lu Chuan quickly said, "Master Wu, such a good medicine will be gone if you miss this village. If you want to buy it, buy more, otherwise it will be gone when you want to buy it later." Emoleo Wu listened to Lu Chuan's sales pitch and felt that buying too much was unreliable, so he wanted to refuse. But Lu Chuan added, "In addition to external application to treat external injuries, this medicine can also be taken orally. Just a little bit can make you strong and energetic and show your masculinity every night." Emoleo Wu immediately held Lu Chuan's hand and said seriously, "Brother, I think what you said is indeed very right. I have many younger brothers under my command, and I'm bound to get injured in fighting all day long. This debridement ointment is a must-have medicine for me. I won't be polite. I want all of this medicine." Lu Chuan almost laughed out loud, thinking that he didn't expect that Emoleo Wu, who looked so rough, would have problems in that area. He saw through it, but didn't say it, saying, "This medicine, including the bottle I just used, has a total of 12 bottles. Since 5th Master wants it, I will give it all to you." He said one less bottle and planned to keep this bottle for emergency use. At this time, the old Chinese doctor came over, coughed twice, looked at Long Wuai and said, "Wuai, this medicine is also the only one I have seen in my life. I wonder if Wuai is willing to give me 2 bottles. Long Wuai immediately looked at the old Chinese doctor for a few times, thinking that you are an old man, what do you need this medicine for? Although he was a little reluctant, he finally nodded and agreed to let the 2 bottles go. The transaction was completed, and Lu Chuan looked at the 120,000 yuan that arrived in his account, and his face was full of joy. It seems that selling medicine is a good way to make money. I have to work hard in this area when I have time. I can't delay practicing and making money. Emoleo Wu put away the debridement ointment, smiled and put his arm around Lu Chuan's shoulders, and said, "Brother, I have made friends with you. Let's leave contact information. No matter what trouble you encounter in the future, call me and I will help you settle it." Lu Chuan smiled and nodded, and exchanged contact information with Emoleo Wu. More friends mean more ways. Although he has a legacy, he is not stupid enough to think that he doesn't need friends because he has a legacy. Emoleo Wu left with his younger brothers. The old Chinese doctor asked Lu Chuan eagerly if he was interested in working for him. Lu Chuan was naturally not interested and walked out of the Chinese medicine shop after refusing. "But if I have the chance, I can open a clinic myself, which will make money and help others, and I can also have more channels to collect medicinal materials, so as to make better pills." Lu Chuan was thinking as he walked, when a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped beside Lu Chuan with a sudden brake. The car window was lowered, and Lu Chuan saw Chu Mingyao sitting in the driver's seat with an indifferent face, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Miss Chu, get in the car," Chu Mingyao said coldly, looking very unhappy. Lu Chuan quickly sat in the co-pilot, thinking to himself, you woman said that you would never contact me again, but in the end you took the initiative to come to me. Women's words really can't be trusted. Chu Mingyao drove the car to a deserted place. Lu Chuan thought about the reason why Chu Mingyao came to him. Did she want me to continue to help her treat her cold, or did she have something else to ask me? Or, after that night, she has fallen in love with me? Just when Lu Chuan was narcissistic, Chu Mingyao handed him a photo in a bad mood and asked, have you seen this person? Lu Chuan took a look at the photo and was stunned. The photo was the middle-aged man who came to deal with him last night. He was curious why Chu Mingyao had a photo of this person, and nodded and said, I have seen him. Do you know this person? This person's name is Lin Bao, a 3rd level internal strength master, and he is Long Xiana's man. After Chu Mingyao finished speaking, her eyes became complicated when she looked at Lu Chuan. Your strength is beyond my expectation. I didn't expect that in addition to being able to treat diseases, you are also a master, but I can't understand why you want to provoke Long Xiana's people. Lu Chuan was shocked. He didn't expect that this middle-aged man was actually Long Xiana's man. However, Chu Mingyao's blaming tone made him feel a little unhappy. After all, he didn't do anything wrong. He looked at Chu Mingyao and said, why are you so afraid that I will cause you trouble? Chu Mingyao became even angrier. Why are you so unreasonable? It's obviously you who have caused yourself a big trouble. I kindly come to remind you, but you still treat me like this? Lu Chuan said indifferently, this guy took the initiative to provoke me. He was bribed by my ex-girlfriend to deal with me, but he has been defeated. Your worry is unnecessary. But then he heard Chu Mingyao say, Lin Bao is dead. Lu Chuan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He's dead. How is this possible? Chu Mingyao said, he went back last night and was seriously injured. He died not long after. After examination, it was found that his internal organs were all shattered. Lu Chuan took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect the power of the heartbreaking palm to be so strong. He was silent for a while and asked, is Long Xiana going to avenge this Lin Bao? Chu Mingyao said, Lin Bao is just a small character under Long Xiana. Long Xiana may not bother to ask about this kind of thing. Although you are very powerful, I have to say that in front of Long Xiana, you may not even be qualified to be looked at by him. Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking that it hurts, my friend. Chu Mingyao continued, but this Lin Bao has a brother named Lin Hu, who is also a subordinate of Long Xiana. This Lin Hu is a very protective person. After Lin Bao died last night, he made up his mind to kill you. If nothing unexpected happens, he will do it tomorrow at the latest. I went to the Long family to get something, and happened to hear them discussing this matter. I didn't expect that the person who killed Lin Bao was you. Lu Chuan's face became a little more solemn and asked, what is the strength of this Lin Hu? Chu Mingyao replied, a 5th stage internal strength master. Lu Chuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 8 Ningxin. Lin Bao is a master of the 3rd stage of internal strength. Lu Chuan fought him to a draw last night, but he had to use the extremely energy-consuming move of the broken heart palm to defeat him. Lin Hu is 2 stages stronger than Lin Bao. With Lu Chuan only at the 1st stage of key training, there is almost no chance of him winning if they meet. He sighed helplessly and said, thank you for coming all the way to tell me the news. Chu Mingyao looked at Lu Chuan and felt a little guilty. Just now, when she heard Lu Chuan say that his ex-girlfriend paid Lin Bao to deal with him, she realized that it was not Lu Chuan who caused the trouble. She had wrongly blamed Lu Chuan at that time and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, my attitude was a bit bad just now, don't take it to heart. Lu Chuan smiled, I know you are kind, and you are so beautiful, I can tolerate your bad attitude. Chu Mingyao rolled her eyes, you are so smooth talking. She frowned again, and don't think about praising me, I will ask Long Xiana to plead for you. Long Xiana is a very sensitive person. If I show up, he will definitely doubt our relationship, and then you will only die faster. Lu Chuan nodded, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. He knew that Chu Mingyao had taken a big risk by coming to tell him the news. As Long Xiana's daughter-in-law, she must have many spies around her. Once Long Xiana knew that Chumingayao had a fiancé like her, Chumingayao would definitely not have a good ending. Chumingayao stared at Lu Chuan for a while and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lu Chuan wanted to say that, "If you are willing to sleep with me again, and let me break through to the second level of key training, I will not be afraid of that Linhu," but after thinking about it, Chumingayao would not believe it at all, and might even get angry, so he changed his words and said, "Just go ahead, what else can I do?" Chumingayao sighed and said, "If you are really beaten to death, for my grandfather's sake, I will burn paper for you every 1st and 15th day of the month." Lu Chuan's expression froze. "Thank you." Chumingayao looked up and stared at Lu Chuan. Her expression became hesitant. Lu Chuan thought to himself, could it be that she wanted to ask me about my last wish because I was in great trouble? If that's the case, then I'll say that my last wish is to sleep with you again, so that I can take the opportunity to break through to the second level of key training, and I won't have to take the so-called Linhu seriously. But Chumingayao slowly said, "Although I know this request is a bit excessive, after all, you are almost dying, but I still want to ask, are you willing to play your last value before you die, and help my best friend see a doctor?" Lu Chuan almost vomited blood. "If you don't want to, forget it." Chumingayao quickly added. Lu Chuan laughed at himself and said, "Let's go. Anyway, I'm going to die. I have to leave a good impression in your heart. Who made you my first woman?" Chumingayao looked grateful. "Thank you. I will ask her to burn paper for you together." Lu Chuan. On the way, Lu Chuan asked, "What disease does your best friend have?" Chumingayao said, "To be precise, it is not a disease, but a burnt scar on her arm. It has been many years. She has consulted many doctors, but none of them can remove it. She has become a little inferior because of the scar on her arm. I thought that you are so good at medicine, maybe you can help her get rid of it." Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing, thinking that you really found the right person. Not long after, Chumingayao drove the car into a villa community. The two came to a luxurious villa. Chumingayao pressed her fingerprint on the fingerprint lock and pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Chuan looked at the luxurious decoration in the villa and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "One day I will live in such a big villa." Chumingayao shouted, "Xiaozin, where are you?" A ethereal and slightly charming voice came from upstairs. "Hey, Yao, you are here? Are you here for me to pat your butt again?" Chumingayao immediately looked at Lu Chuan with a face full of social death and shouted in shame, "Come down quickly, I've brought a doctor." Lu Chuan stared at Chumingayao in amazement, thinking that your best friend can be called inferior. Chumingayao was a little embarrassed and turned her head away from Lu Chuan. Soon, Lu Chuan saw a beautiful woman wearing yoga pants and a small vest, sleeves on her arms, with a charming figure, fair skin, short wavy hair, stunning looks, and a bit of mixed blood coming down. He noticed the woman's pink and crystal lips at a glance, which can be said to be the sexiest woman he has ever seen. After the woman came down, Chumingayao introduced, "This is my best friend, Ningxin." Lu Chuan nodded at Ningxin and quickly looked away, because she was only wearing a small vest and the cleavage could be seen at a glance, and he was too embarrassed to look at her for any longer. Chumingayao introduced Lu Chuan to Ningxin again. "This is the Lu Chuan who I told you last time helped me suppress the cold. He should have a way to remove the burnt scar on your arm." Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan for a few times and suddenly said, "Yao, have you been fooled by this guy? People like him can also cure diseases?" Lu Chuan frowned, looked at Ningxin and asked, "Miss Ning, what do you mean by this?" Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with disdain and said, "I don't think a lustful person can help people cure diseases. People like you should only have those obscene things in their minds, right?" Lu Chuan immediately retorted, "You and I just met. How do you know that I'm a lustful person? I think you are trying to find fault on purpose." Ningxin sneered, "Just now when I came down from upstairs, your eyes stared at my legs 3 times, stared at my butt 4 times, and stared at my chest 3 times. When I came to you, you stared at my lips for a full 5 seconds, and even swallowed your saliva. If you are not a lustful person, what are you?" Lu Chuan was exposed on the spot, and he was embarrassed. He said shamelessly, my eyes are on my body. I can look wherever I want. What's your business? Ningxin snorted coldly, you are not only lustful, but also shameless. You men are all bad. Lu Chuan looked at Ningxin with a gloomy face. He didn't expect Chumingayao, his best friend, to be so hostile to him. They had only met for less than 5 minutes. But soon, he laughed. Ningxin looked puzzled and asked, what are you laughing at? Lu Chuan said, I'm a lustful man who doesn't like to look at beautiful women. I admit that, but I'm not like you, who is hypocritical and pretentious. It's ridiculous. Ningxin immediately clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, who are you saying is hypocritical and pretentious? Lu Chuan smiled jokingly and said, you say that men are not good things, but you wear tight yoga pants and a small vest to attract men's attention. If this is not hypocrisy, what is it? Ningxin had a speechless expression on her face and said, I just finished yoga. If I don't wear yoga pants, do I have to come down naked? Lu Chuan's eyes were like swords, and he questioned, your hair is so fluffy, you can see it has just been blown, and you also smell of shower gel, which means you just took a shower not long ago, and you finished your yoga long ago. You can obviously choose to wear conservative clothes, but why did you change into yoga pants? Ningxin suddenly panicked, because my other clothes are not dry yet. Lu Chuan sneered, there's not a single piece of clothing drying on the balcony. Isn't your excuse to fake? He didn't give Ningxin a chance to speak, and continued, you are eager to attract men's attention, but once a man really comes, you are like a rose with thorns, afraid that others don't know how powerful you are. This shows that you want to be close to men, but for some reason, you are afraid of being disliked by men, so you simply act aggressively, to cover up your true heart. No wonder Mingayao said, that you are inferior. Now it seems to be true. If I'm not mistaken, the reason for your inferiority complex is the burnt scar on your arm. You are beautiful and charming, and you are the perfect goddess in the eyes of men, but this burnt scar makes you no longer perfect. You are afraid that others will hate you after seeing your scar and no longer like you as before, so you begin to resist men instinctively, but your heart wants men very much, so you can only make some dirty jokes with your bestie to relieve your inner desire. Your eyes are shining, your cheeks are abnormally red, and your breathing rhythm is unstable. This is a sign of excessive female hormones. If I'm not mistaken, you should often watch movies to relieve your desires, right? After listening to Lu Chuan, Ningxin's face was already red, and her expression was mixed with anger. Her teeth were clenched, and her fists were trembling slightly. She yelled at Lu Chuan, you are talking nonsense. Then she looked at Chumingayao, as if asking for help, and said, Yao, you should get this shameless guy out. He is a liar. I don't want such a person to treat me. Chumingayao was stunned at this moment. The debate between the two people just now really opened her eyes. She looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, feeling that what this guy said was probably the same as her best friend. Ningxin did have a habit of watching movies, and often dragged her to watch them together. In order to prevent the two from continuing to quarrel, Chumingayao grabbed Ningxin and said, Xiaozin, don't be like this. Lu Chuan's medical skills are really amazing. If he is really a liar, he would not be able to suppress my cold. Don't question him. She looked at Lu Chuan again. You too, why do you have to expose her shortcomings? She is a girl, can't you be more lenient? Lu Chuan didn't want to embarrass Chumingayao, and said, okay, I just said it nonsense, don't take it to heart, I'm sorry. Ningxin snorted, for Yao's sake, I won't bother with you, but I want to see if you really have the ability to heal my burn scar. Lu Chuan took out the bottle of debridement ointment he left behind and said, your burn scar is just a piece of cake for me. You only need to use a little medicine I personally brewed, and I guarantee that your skin will be restored to its original state. Ningxin glanced at the medicine bottle in Lu Chuan's hand, and then snatched it away. I hope this medicine is as magical as you said. Then she turned and went into the room and closed the door. Lu Chuan widened his eyes, looked at Chumingayao, and asked, what is she doing? Why did she go in? Chumingayao said, Xiaozin doesn't like others to see her scars. Please bear with her. Lu Chuan shrugged, forget it, I won't argue with her. After a long time, Ningxin didn't come out of the room. Lu Chuan felt something was wrong and said, according to reason, She used my medicine, and the scar on her arm should have been eliminated long ago, but why hasn't she come out for so long? Chu Mingyao was also confused. If Lu Chuan hadn't said it, she would have thought it was normal. Just when she wanted to push the door in to take a look, the door of the room was opened, and Ningxin walked out. At this moment, her face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, and her whole body was limp. She glanced at Lu Chuan and complained, "Your medicine has no effect at all, and it makes me feel hot all over. You are a liar." Lu Chuan looked at Ningxin's appearance, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "How did you use my medicine?" Ningxin said, "I just poured a little, mixed it with water and drank it. It was very unpalatable." Lu Chuan slapped his hand on his forehead. Oh no. Chapter 9. Ingestion of debridement cream. Chu Mingyao showed a trace of confusion on her face and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chuan said awkwardly, "I use this medicine for compressing. She went into quickly just now, and I didn't have time to explain. I thought she knew how to use it. If she takes it, this medicine will become." Chu Mingyao had a bad feeling and quickly asked, "What will it become?" Lu Chuan shyly leaned close to Chu Mingyao's ear and whispered two words, "Aphrodisiac." Chu Mingyao widened her eyes and quickly looked at Ningxin and found that her best friend's condition at this time was indeed a bit like taking that kind of medicine. She looked at Lu Chuan angrily. You bastard. How could you give Xiaozin such a dirty medicine?" Lu Chuan looked innocent. "I can see that this medicine is for compressing. How could I know that her brain circuit is so abnormal that she actually drank it with water?" Ningxin looked at the two of them with a dazed look and asked, "What are you talking about? I feel so hot, I really want to take off my clothes." She bit her lip and looked at Lu Chuan. Although she thought he was a disgusting guy, she didn't know why she had an urge to get close to this guy. She wanted to eat this guy in one bite. If it weren't for the remaining rationality suppressing this impulse, she would have pounced on him. Chu Mingyao stamped her feet in a hurry and said to Lu Chuan, "What can I do? Think of a way." Lu Chuan quickly said, "Although the effect of this medicine is strong, it is not the kind that cannot be solved. Take her to the bathroom to rinse with cold water." Chu Mingyao grabbed Ningxin and ran to the bathroom with her. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan reluctantly and said, "I want a man." Chu Mingyao scolded, "What do you want? That guy is not a human being. Get into the bathroom." Lu Chuan shrank his neck in dismay and did not dare to refute. Chu Mingyao closed the bathroom door and the sound of running water came from inside. After a while, some strange sounds came out, which made Lu Chuan confused. He didn't know what the two girls were doing inside. After a long time, the bathroom door opened and Chu Mingyao came out with a flushed face and wet body. Her clothes were tightly attached to her body, showing her figure to the fullest. Water droplets hung on her fair skin, which made her more seductive, and Lu Chuan's heartbeat accelerated. Then Ningxin also came out. She was wrapped in a bath towel and wet yoga pants. It can be seen that the effect of the medicine on her body has faded. Her face was abnormally cold, which was the opposite of Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao glared at Lu Chuan angrily and said, "You are still looking here. Turn your head away, or I will poke your eyes out." Lu Chuan quickly turned around and faced the two girls. Ningxin snorted coldly and said, "You are lustful and shameless. I was right about you." Then she and Chu Mingyao went upstairs to change clothes. 20 minutes later, Chu Mingyao and Ningxin changed their clothes and sat on the sofa. Ningxin's arm was exposed, with a hideous scar on it, which was out of tune with her fair skin. She always looked at the scar on her arm and secretly glanced at Lu Chuan, as if she was very concerned about Lu Chuan's reaction after seeing the scar on her arm. Lu Chuan stood in front of the two people and sincerely apologized. "I admit that I didn't explain clearly how to use this medicine, which led to such a misunderstanding. I apologize solemnly, but I can guarantee that my medicine can definitely remove scars when applied externally." Ningxin snorted coldly, "No one will believe you. Maybe you did it on purpose." Chu Mingyao sighed. "Xiaozin, don't be angry with him. If he really did it on purpose, he wouldn't have made a self-criticism with us. Now it's important to remove your scars." Ningxin said nothing more. Chu Mingyao took the bottle of debridement cream and asked Lu Chuan cautiously, "Are you sure that applying this medicine to the scar position will have the effect of removing scars? Will there be no other side effects?" Lu Chuan nodded seriously. "Don't worry, it won't work. If there is a problem again, you can kill me without complaint." Chu Mingyao then poured out some debridement cream, pulled Ningxin's arm over, and carefully applied it. Soon, white smoke came out of Ningxin's arm, and she frowned because of the pain. Not long after, Chu Mingyao tore off the solidified debridement cream, and then saw that Ningxin's arm, which was originally covered with ugly scars, became smooth and delicate, as if it had never been burned, and there was no flaw at all. She widened her eyes in shock. "It's really gone." Ningxin stared at her arm in a daze, as if she couldn't believe that it was her arm. Then she touched it gently with her hand. After confirming that the scar that had troubled her for several years had really disappeared, her eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Then she hugged Chu Mingyao and said excitedly, "Yao, my scar is really gone. I don't have to worry about others laughing at me anymore." Chu Mingyao smiled and was sincerely happy for her best friend. She glanced at Lu Chuan and thought that, although this guy was lustful and unreliable, he was sometimes quite powerful. The two were excited for a long time before their emotions gradually calmed down. Ningxin wiped her tears, and when she looked at Lu Chuan again, there was no hostility in her eyes, but because of face, she still said with a straight face, "Your medicine is indeed very powerful, but it has nothing to do with your character. In my eyes, you are still a lecher." Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. It seems that his image in Ningxin's mind cannot be changed. Ningxin said again, "But thank you for curing my scar. Tell me, I will give you whatever you want." She thought about it and felt that this was a bit inappropriate and added, "Except me." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I don't want anything. You are Mingyao's friend, and it is my duty to help you." Chu Mingyao heard Lu Chuan calling her so affectionately, and she felt a little resistant in her heart. She wanted him to keep a distance from her, but after struggling for a while, she finally chose to ignore it. She looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Then I thank you on behalf of Xiaozin." Lu Chuan nodded slightly and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. I still have to find a way to deal with Lin Hu. Time is running out." Chu Mingyao nodded and said with some guilt, "Sorry, I can't help." Lu Chuan smiled and said it was okay, then turned and left. "Goodbye." After Lu Chuan left, Chu Mingyao sighed. Ningxin came over and asked leisurely, "Yao, when we were in the bathroom, I clearly felt that you had changed from before. Have you done it with a man?" Facing Ningxin's sudden question, Chu Mingyao's eyes suddenly dodged and denied, "How? How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense." Ningxin nodded. "Think about it, you and Long Hao haven't had a wedding yet. Before that, even if he wants it, you will definitely not give it to him with your temper." Chu Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Ningxin changed the subject, speaking of which, although Lu Chuan is a little lustful, he is still quite principled and can treat illnesses. He is a pretty good person. "Yao, what do you think of him?" Chu Mingyao said with some personal grudge. "I don't think he's that good. Just for the fact that he's lustful, he should be despised." Ningxin said, "Oh, there is no man who is not lustful. I said that about him on purpose. Apart from this, he is quite satisfying. Yao, do you think he is suitable for me?" Chu Mingyao widened her eyes. "Xiaozin, you." Ningxin said shyly, "Although we had a quarrel when we met, every word he said touched my heart. I haven't met a man who can see through my thoughts so easily in a long time. Plus, he healed my scar, so I'm quite interested in him." Chu Mingyao didn't know what to say for a moment. After a little hesitation, she asked seriously, "Xiaozin, are you really interested in that guy?" Ningxin wondered if Yao thought I was too casual. So she changed her words and said, "No, I'm just kidding. There are so many men chasing me, and Lu Chuan doesn't even rank first. I'm just curious." Chu Mingyao was relieved and said, "You're right not to go after him." Ningxin was puzzled and didn't understand why Chu Mingyao said that. This made her more interested in Lu Chuan. Chu Mingyao was thinking about the fact that Lu Chuan was about to be hunted by Lin Hu. Although she said that she couldn't help Lu Chuan, she still felt a little guilty. After thinking for a long time, she took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. "Sister Hong, do you have time? I need your help with something." Lu Chuan returned home and didn't dare to waste time. He immediately ate the 3 Xuanyuan pills and began to practice. The power of the Xuanyuan pill made his strength increase rapidly, but in the end it only allowed him to stay at the peak of the first level of key training and failed to break through. Lin Hu will come tomorrow at the latest. There is no possibility of any breakthrough in this period of time by absorbing spiritual power. Lu Chuan just felt a headache. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a life and death crisis just after he embarked on the path of cultivation. If he couldn't think of a way, he might really die at Lin Hu's hands this time. In the evening, Mu Nanking came back from get off work and saw Lu Chuan looking worried and asked with concern, "Xiao Chuan, did something happen to you? It seems that you seem a little irritable." Lu Chuan didn't want to worry Mu Nanking and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm fine, but the air is a little stuffy, which makes people irritable. I'm going to take a shower." Then he went into the bathroom. Mu Nanking knew Lu Chuan very well, and she could feel that Lu Chuan was lying to her. "Xiao Chuan, this silly boy didn't tell me when he encountered something. At least I can help with some advice," Mu Nanking said to herself. At this time, Lu Chuan's mobile phone on the table rang. Mu Nanking walked over and found that it was Qin Lan who called. Thinking that Lu Chuan was taking a shower and couldn't answer the phone, she picked it up and answered it for Lu Chuan. Qin Lan's gloating voice came from the other side. "Lu Chuan, I really didn't expect that you actually killed a 3rd stage internal energy master. You are really unexpected. However, this master has a brother who is a genuine 5th stage internal energy master. He will soon find you to avenge his brother. I heard that he wants your head to sacrifice to his brother. Even the gods can't save you this time." After hearing this, Mu Nanking was struck by lightning and looked towards the direction of the bathroom in a daze. Chapter 10 Mu Nanking's decision. The man last night turned out to be an internal force master. Did Xiao Chuan beat him to death? The man's brother is coming to seek revenge on Xiao Chuan. Mu Nanking is a smart person and immediately understood why Lu Chuan was upset. Although the man was defeated by Lu Chuan last night, she could see that Lu Chuan had a hard time fighting. Now a stronger man is coming to kill Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan may not be able to cope with it at all. This matter is ultimately caused by me. I harmed Xiao Chuan. Mu Nanking's face showed deep self-blame. She put down Lu Chuan's mobile phone and thought quickly in her mind about how she could help Lu Chuan. But when she thought that the person who wanted to kill Lu Chuan was even more terrifying than the man last night, she felt powerless in her heart. Not long after, Lu Chuan came out of the shower and saw Mu Nanking frowning and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Mu Nanking smiled stiffly and said, "No. It's okay. The dishes in the kitchen haven't been washed yet. I'll go wash the dishes." Then she hurried to the kitchen. She knew that Lu Chuan must be very upset at the moment, and she didn't want to add more psychological pressure to him, so she pretended not to know about the trouble Lu Chuan encountered. Lu Chuan didn't think much about it and turned to go into his room. Mu Nanking washed the dishes and paced back and forth in the living room worriedly. Not being able to beat him doesn't mean that Xiao Chuan has no way to survive. If you can't beat him, you can still run. Before that person comes to the door, we should leave Yunqing overnight and hide in a remote place. This is better than losing our lives. This idea popped up in her mind. She felt that this was the only way to save Lu Chuan at the moment. After careful consideration, she decided to go to Lu Chuan to discuss it. She came to Lu Chuan's door and saw that Lu Chuan's door was not closed tightly, revealing a gap. Just as she was about to go in, she heard Lu Chuan talking to himself. "As long as I can break through, Lin Hu will definitely not be my opponent. But if I want to break through in just one day, there is no other way except dual cultivation. But where can I find a dual cultivation partner now?" Mu Nanking was slightly stunned. Dual cultivation? What is that? She did not enter Lu Chuan's room. After a little hesitation, she turned around quietly, sat on the sofa, took out her mobile phone, and typed the word dual cultivation in the search box of the browser. After searching for the results, she clicked on the first link, and some unbearable pictures immediately appeared on her mobile phone, accompanied by strange music. Ao Menzin Pujing is online. What the hell is this? Mu Nanking quickly clicked to exit, blushing and glancing at Lu Chuan's room, like a child who did something bad, and was afraid of being discovered. Then she carefully observed the links that were searched out, and after excluding many entries that were suspected to be unhealthy websites, she finally found the definition of dual cultivation. Dual cultivation, also known as yin-yang dual cultivation, refers to the use of. After reading the definition of dual cultivation, Mu Nanking's face was already red, and her eyes were full of shyness. Actually, it turned out to be this method. Is it really reliable? Could Xiao Chuan be fooled? However, thinking of the strength shown by Lu Chuan last night and her understanding of Lu Chuan, she felt that this possibility was not great. Xiao Chuan is a reliable person. Since he said this is the only way, it should not be wrong. But he doesn't even have a girlfriend now. How can he practice dual cultivation? No wonder he is so worried. Mu Nanking began to consider whether she could quickly find a girlfriend for Lu Chuan to get through this crisis. But soon she knew that this idea would not work. If someone wanted to take revenge, he would definitely not give Lu Chuan too much time. Maybe he would come to his door tomorrow. How could there be a girl willing to be Lu Chuan's girlfriend and agree to do that kind of thing with him in such a short time? What should I do? Mu Nanking frowned deeply. After thinking for a long time, an idea suddenly popped up in her mind, which made her stunned. Dual cultivation does not require boyfriends and girlfriends to practice it. This happened because of me. If Xiao Chuan cannot break through, he may die. If I practice dual cultivation with him. Her breathing became rapid, and her eyes fell on Lu Chuan's door, becoming extremely entangled. After a long period of thinking, hesitation, and consideration, her eyes gradually became firm, and she made a decision in her heart. Xiao Chuan fell into this life and death crisis because of me. I can't just stand by and watch him die. If my sacrifice can save Xiao Chuan's life, then everything is worth it. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, stood up, took her coat, and went downstairs. She walked all the way to the convenience store outside the community, and came to the front desk a little embarrassedly, and asked, do you have small umbrellas? The clerk looked up at her and asked, do you want one or two? Mu Nanking hesitated for a moment, and stammered, take a box. The clerk couldn't help laughing and teasing, your boyfriend is quite amazing. Mu Nanking didn't dare to answer, and quickly paid the money, took the small umbrella, and fled from the convenience store. She returned home, hid the small umbrella first, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the room, Lu Chuan was anxious and worried. He flipped through the inherited memory, but couldn't find a way to make him break through overnight. There are some pills that can help him break through, but with his current financial resources, he can't afford to buy the medicinal materials for refining those pills. Not to mention that he only has one night left. Why don't I go find Chumingayao now and have a good talk with her? Maybe she will soften her heart and agree to help me break through. But it's more likely that she will kick me out directly. Maybe she will call the police to arrest me in anger. Forget it. He scratched his head hard and felt a feeling of despair for the first time. Just then, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Chuan stood up, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Why did my sister-in-law knock on my door at this time? He walked to the door and just opened it. He saw Mu Nanking standing at his door with wet hair and only a white bath towel wrapped around her body. Because of her proud figure, the bath towel felt like it would be torn apart at any time. This scene made Lu Chuan's blood surge, and he almost lost control. He noticed that Mu Nanking had one hand behind his back, and he didn't know what he was holding, and then asked, sister-in-law, is there something wrong? Mu Nanking's cheeks were flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Chuan, nor did she answer his question. She walked forward and entered Lu Chuan's room, closing the door and locking it. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's heartbeat accelerated, and he quickly asked, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Mu Nanking stared at Lu Chuan, thinking that I have shown it so obviously, don't you understand? She turned her head away with some shame, gritted her teeth and said, From now on, don't call me sister-in-law anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 11. I'm going to tell you a secret. Luchuan swallowed his saliva, pretending not to understand, and said, "Sister-in-law, don't make trouble. It's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest." Munan King looked at Luchuan and said, "When you were taking a shower, Kinlan called you. She said that the man died last night, and that man's brother was coming to seek revenge on you. I heard you say outside your door at that time that only by practicing dual cultivation can we have a chance to break through and escape this crisis. I checked the meaning of dual cultivation on the internet. Zio-chan, I can't watch you fall into crisis and ignore it. So you practice dual cultivation with me." After saying that, she reached out and hugged Luchuan. Luchuan felt a fragrant breeze rushing towards him and subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid Munan King. Seeing this, Munan King looked at Luchuan angrily and asked, "Zio-chan, do you dislike me?" Luchuan quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, I don't mean that. Now there is indeed only this way for me to break through quickly, to deal with that Linhu, but the 2 of us." Alas. He didn't know what to say for a while. Munan King said seriously, "This is a matter of life and death. Why do you care so much? The most urgent thing is to help you break through as soon as possible. I won't blame you. Besides, you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't have to feel bad." After that, she threw Luchuan directly on the bed. Luchuan looked at Munan King's hair hanging down. The knot of the bath towel on her chest was about to break, and the towering peaks were about to come out. His heartbeat accelerated wildly. In order to keep himself sensible, he quickly turned his head to the side. "Or, I'll give in. This is indeed the only chance to break through." He began to struggle in his heart. The most important thing was that Munan King was too charming. He was about to lose control. Munan King was more nervous than Luchuan at this time, but Luchuan refused to touch her. For the safety of this guy, she had to take the initiative. She put her hand on the bath towel on her chest and said, "Zio-chan, let's start." Then she was about to tear off the bath towel on her body. At this moment, Luchuan suddenly remembered all the good things his elder brother had done for him in the past. If he touched Munan King for his own life, wouldn't he be worse than an animal? He grabbed Munan King's hand, then pushed her away from him, took a few deep breaths and said, "Sister-in-law, calm down. Although Linhu is powerful, I still have a chance to defeat him. We don't have to do this." After that, he hurried out of the room. Munan King fell on the bed in a daze. After a long time, he sighed, picked up the box of small umbrellas, and went back to his room. Luchuan sat on the sofa in the living room, raised his hand and slapped himself hard. "I almost couldn't help it just now, damn it." After a long time, his emotions gradually calmed down. At this time, Munan King came out of the room. She had changed her clothes, and there was still a hint of unnaturalness in her expression. She walked up to Luchuan and said slowly, "Zio-chan, I'm sorry." Luchuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I know you are worried about me. You are the only one in the world who is willing to treat me so well." Munan King asked, "Zio-chan, you said at that time that you had a chance to defeat the person who wanted to kill you. Were you kidding me, or was it true?" Luchuan thought about it and said seriously, "Really?" Munan King nodded. "Then I will believe you once." She thought for a few seconds, and her tone suddenly changed. "But if you lie to me, I will never forgive you in my life." Luchuan took a deep breath. Okay. He was not lying to Munan King. Although he only had the strength of the first level of key training, and had no chance of winning against a 5th level internal strength master, his inherited memory recorded some secret methods that could temporarily increase his strength by consuming his own essence and blood. His only worry was that, after using the secret method, he might still not be Linhu's opponent. But now that things have come to this, he can only give it a try. "Sister-in-law, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. I have to concentrate on fighting for my chance of survival," Luchuan said. Mu Nanking nodded with a little hesitation on her face, and then she mustered up the courage to say, after this crisis, I will tell you a secret, so you must survive. After that, she hurried back to the room. Secret? Lu Chuan looked puzzled, not knowing what Mu Nanking was going to tell him, and he became curious. However, he felt that this was probably because Mu Nanking didn't want him to give up, and he said this deliberately to motivate himself. He didn't think about it anymore, and immediately concentrated all his mind, and began to study the secret method in his inherited memory. At the same time, Chu Mingyao drove to the door of a high-end club. She handed the car keys to the waiter, and walked into the club in high heels. A woman came up to her respectfully. Miss Chu Mingyao asked, where is Sister Hang? The woman replied, she's waiting for you in the room on the top floor. Chu Mingyao nodded. I see, you don't have to follow me. She took the elevator to the top floor alone, and walked along the corridor to a room, decorated in an antique style. The beds, furniture, and various decorations placed here are all from costume TV dramas. When Chu Mingyao entered, she thought she had traveled to ancient times. She saw a translucent screen not far away, and an incense burner was placed on the table in front of the screen, making the room misty, and behind the screen there was an elegant figure in noble and gorgeous clothes playing the pipa affectionately. The sound of the pipa was sometimes urgent and sometimes soothing, and the lingering sound was intoxicating. Perhaps because she noticed Chu Mingyao coming, the sound of the pipa stopped abruptly, and the figure behind the screen also stood up and walked out. She was wearing an ancient red dress, with a graceful posture, elegant temperament, and stunning beauty. Her hair was combed up, and a red lotus was dotted between her eyebrows, which gave her a sense of transcendent majesty, like a queen descending to the world. Chu Mingyao looked at the woman with a smile on her face, and said flatteringly, Sister Hang, you played really well just now, and your level is not much worse than those masters. The woman smiled slightly. You don't often take the initiative to praise me. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Chu Mingyao was embarrassed to be seen through at a glance. She walked over and took the woman's arm and said coquettishly, Sister Hang, can't you save some face for me? This woman's name is Gu Hangxiang. Like Chu Mingyao, she is also one of the four beauties in Yuncheng and a goddess in the hearts of countless men in Yuncheng. But compared with Chu Mingyao, she looks more mature, with charm in every frown and smile, and her demeanor is calm, like a star with no ripples in her eyes. This is a woman with means. Chu Mingyao and she met many years ago, and because of their similar interests, they soon became good friends. The reason why she came to her this time was because of her great magical powers and her special identity. She was Long Xiana's lover. Chapter 12 Gu Hangxiang. Gu Hangxiang pulled Chu Mingyao to sit on the edge of the bed, and said with a smile, I want to know what happened that made you come to me with such a big fuss. Chu Mingyao asked, a man named Lin Bao under Long Xiana's command died. Did you know about this? Although Gu Hangxiang was Long Xiana's lover, Chu Mingyao knew that she had no choice, so when the two were alone, they both called Long Xiana by his name. Gu Hangxiang nodded. He's just an insignificant guy. Why do you care about this? Chu Mingyao handed over Lu Chuan's information and explained. This is the guy who killed Lin Bao. Now Lin Bao's brother Lin who wants to kill him for revenge. I hope Sister Han can save his life. Gu Hangxiang glanced at Lu Chuan's information. A playful smile appeared on her face, and said, you are now Long Xiana's future daughter-in-law. If you want to save someone, just tell Long Xiana directly, but you chose to come to me, which shows that you have an unusual relationship with this Lu Chuan. She asked speculatively, underground boyfriend? Chu Mingyao lowered her head embarrassedly and denied, no, Sister Hang, don't care who he is. If you save his life, I will listen to you in the future, okay? Gu Hangxiang gave her a reproachful look and snorted. I always thought we were good sisters with no secrets, but now you beg me to save people, but you don't even want to tell me his identity. It seems that I'm just a plastic sister in your heart. Chu Mingyao couldn't stand Gu Hangxiang saying this to her, so she could only confess honestly, he is the Fiancé I mentioned to you before. Gu Hangxiang's mouth curled up, feeling like her trick had succeeded, and said with a smile, so that's the case, but your fiancé is really bad. Why did your grandfather want you to get engaged to such a person? Chu Mingyao's first reaction was to defend Lu Chuan. He was not as bad as he looked, and was actually quite powerful, but she still held back. I don't know about this, but this guy has helped me several times, and he is the person my grandfather likes. I don't want him to die like this, so I came to beg you. Gu Hongseong nodded thoughtfully, so that's the case. Chu Mingyao stared at Gu Hongseong and asked, Sister Hong, will you help me? Gu Hongseong smiled and lifted Chu Mingyao's chin, saying, you have begged me like this, if I don't help you, wouldn't it seem that I'm too ruthless? Chu Mingyao's face was full of joy. Then I would like to thank Sister Hong first. But Gu Hongseong said, but this time I have to do it. You have to help me finish the tattoo on my back. Chu Mingyao seemed to think of something unhappy. The smile on her face disappeared, and she looked at Gu Hongseong with complicated eyes. Sister Hong, you. Gu Hongseong blocked Chu Mingyao's mouth with a finger. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Chu Mingyao hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. The next morning, Lu Chuan was worried that Lin Hu would come directly to the door, and it would be troublesome if he endangered Munan King's life. So he left home early and strolled outside. He believed that as Long Xiana's subordinate, it would be very easy for Lin Hu to find his whereabouts, so he just needed to wait for him to come. He came to a secluded park and sat under a willow tree not far from the artificial lake. Because he didn't know when Lin Hu would appear, he simply practiced directly to see if he could break through the barrier and break through to the second level of key training before Lin Hu arrived. After an unknown amount of time, just as he was concentrating on absorbing spiritual energy, a sense of crisis crept into his heart. He instinctively stood up and rushed forward. The next second, the bench he had just sat on exploded and shattered into debris. He quickly turned around and saw a man with a rough face, muscles all over his body, tall and burly, staring at him angrily. Needless to say, this man must be Lin Bao's brother, Lin Hu. Lin Hu gnashed his teeth and shouted at Lu Chuan, boy, you beat my brother to death, but you still have the mood to relax here. Who gave you the courage? Lu Chuan stared at Lin Hu with a vigilant face and said, brother, can you be reasonable? It was your brother who wanted to kill me, so I fought with him, and I just beat him away at that time. Who knows if he was beaten by others on the way? Why do you think I killed your brother? Lin Hu was furious. You dare to quibble here? Today I will kill you and avenge my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Chuan, more than twice as fast as Lin Bao. He punched hard, and the leaves around him shook faintly. Lu Chuan used all his strength, and after Lin Hu's punch, his body retreated 7 or 8 meters before he unloaded all the strength. The 5th stage of internal strength is really not simple. He clenched his trembling hands, looked at Lin Hu with a serious expression, and gritted his teeth and said, you are nothing but this. You are not good enough to kill me. Lin Hu snorted coldly and attacked Lu Chuan again. I wonder how long you can keep your mouth shut. The two of them quickly exchanged hands. At the same time, a car stopped on a small road not far from the artificial lake. The rear window was lowered, and it was Gu Hongseong who was wearing a suit and sunglasses. Sitting in the driver's seat was a thin-faced taciturn man. Just from the aura emanating from him, one could feel that this person was not ordinary. Gu Hongseong looked at the two people fighting in the distance and muttered to herself, it's so hard to even deal with Lin Hu. How can such a guy be worthy of Meng Yao? It seems that Mr. Chu has also made mistakes. She was not in a hurry to save Lu Chuan, but planned to see how far this guy could persist. Lin Hu's 5th stage internal strength was extremely powerful. Lu Chuan could only take a few moves with the purity of his spiritual power. Later, he was exposed and kicked in the stomach by Lin Hu. With a bang, Lu Chuan hit a willow tree and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Hu walked up, grabbed his hair, and shouted, aren't you stubborn? Do you think I can kill you now? Lu Chuan gritted his teeth. You can't. Lin Hu punched Lu Chuan in the face and knocked him to the ground. Say it again. Lu Chuan endured the pain and shouted, you can't. Lin Hu raised his foot and stepped on it heavily. Lu Chuan bounced a little, and then there was no movement. Lin Hu shouted, go on. This time Lu Chuan did not respond. Lin Hu sneered, you are a piece of trash, and you dare to yell at me. I will kill you right now, and make you go to the underworld to make immense to my brother. Gu Hongxiang, who was not far away, shook her head secretly. He knows he can't win, but he is still so stubborn. This guy is stubborn and ignorant. If it weren't for Meng Yao's request, I'm afraid I would never deal with such a person in my life. She glanced at the man sitting in the driver's seat. Lin Feng, go help him. Lin Hu is Long Xianao's subordinate, so don't hold back. Lin Feng nodded and got out of the car immediately. Lin Hu grabbed Lu Chuan's hair and lifted him up, intending to break his neck directly. Lin Feng was also ready, and a flying knife appeared in his hand, intending to throw it out. At this moment, Lu Chuan, who had already fainted, suddenly opened his eyes, and his momentum suddenly rose, reaching its peak in an instant, and surpassing the previous one. Then, while Lin Hu was unable to react, he gathered all his spiritual power on his forefingers, and inserted them straight into Lin Hu's neck. Chapter 13, Counterattack. Lin Hu's eyes widened instantly, looking at Lu Chuan in disbelief, as if he wanted to say something, but his neck was already bleeding profusely, and he was making gurgling sounds, so he couldn't speak at all. He slapped Lu Chuan with one palm, knocking him out, and then quickly covered his neck, trying to stop the blood gushing out like a spring. Unfortunately, the 4 blood holes were too terrifying, and no matter how he covered them, it was useless. Lin Feng, who was originally planning to take action, was slightly surprised by this scene, and put the flying knife in his hand back. Gu Hongxiang, who was sitting in the car, was surprised. She had never expected that Lu Chuan could actually kill him. Her eyes began to change when she looked at Lu Chuan. I actually underestimated this guy. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Lin Hu. You are nothing more than that. After fighting with Lin Hu, he knew that, even if he used the secret method to improve his strength, he might not be able to win Lin Hu. The secret method consumed a lot of energy and was short-lived. Once he used it, but failed to get rid of Lin Hu, he would definitely die today. So from the beginning, he was resisting hard, letting Lin Hu relax his vigilance against him, until he pretended to be knocked unconscious by Lin Hu. Then he found the right time, and used the secret method to make his strength reach its peak. He unexpectedly hit Lin Hu and succeeded. The secret method he used was called the blood burning technique. It increased strength by burning blood essence. It was the least harmful to the body among all the secret methods. He could recover by taking pills afterwards. Lin Hu's eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Unfortunately, the massive blood loss caused his vitality to drain rapidly, and he no longer had the strength to deal with Lu Chuan. He knelt on the ground, holding his neck, and stretched out one hand in the direction of Lu Chuan. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the ground without any movement. Lu Chuan did not dare to go over to check if Lin Hu was really dead. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. If Lin Hu also pretended to be dead like him, waiting to give him a fatal blow, it would be bad. He turned around and limped out of the park. After just 2 steps, he felt a tightness in his chest, and then he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, fell straight to the ground, and fainted. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Gu Hongxiang and asked, Sister Hong, he is seriously injured. He seems to have used some profound and mysterious method just now to temporarily improve his strength. This will put a heavy load on the body. If he is not treated in time, he may not live for more than an hour. Should we save him? Gu Hongxiang showed a playful smile on her face. Lu Chuan's counterattack just now made her quite interested in this seemingly ordinary guy. She nodded and said, take him to my place. Lin Feng nodded, walked to Lu Chuan, picked him up with one hand, threw him into the trunk of the car, and then drove away. 20 minutes later, a young man came to the lake to smoke. After seeing Lin Hu lying on the ground in the blood all over the ground, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants and quickly called the police. Not long after, several cars came to the park, and a group of people in official uniforms came down to block the scene. Based on the traces at the scene, they inferred that a fierce battle had taken place here. A staff member said, this murder case involves an internal force warrior. The murderer should be an internal force master. Immediately notify the people from the supervision department to come. Yes, the so-called supervision department is a special department established by China. This department is independent of the system. There are many masters inside. It is responsible for supervising martial artists to prevent them from breaking the law and endangering society. Generally, only cases involving internal force warriors will be handled by the supervision department, so ordinary people don't know the existence of this department at all. After a while, an off-road vehicle stopped, and a tall girl wearing tight jeans, a black vest, a windbreaker, a ponytail, a pretty face, and a bit of heroic spirit got off the car. This person is called Yuzin, who is responsible for the management of martial artists in the vicinity. Because of her beautiful appearance, she is called the flower of the supervision department in the Yunqing office. When everyone saw Yuzin coming, their eyes lit up. Many people's eyes fell on the black vest under her windbreaker, and they all thought that this vest carried a weight that should not belong to it. Yuzin ignored the men's gazes, took the records with ease, read them, walked to Linhu's body, turned it over, and was slightly stunned when she saw that the dead man was Linhu. Linhu, who had the 5th stage of internal strength, is dead. It seems that the murderer is not simple. Her eyes fell on the 4 bloody finger holes, and her eyes gradually became cold. It's so cruel. It seems that this murderer is a vicious person. He dared to kill people in my territory. He was really brave. She looked at everyone and ordered, immediately call all the nearby surveillance cameras for me. Notify me as soon as you find any clues. I want to catch this murderer with my own hands. Yes. 2 days later, in a secret villa in the suburbs, Lu Chuan woke up in a daze and saw himself lying in a spacious room with a bottle in his hand. He sat up with difficulty and felt a severe pain in his chest, which almost made him faint again. He felt that he was seriously injured and extremely weak, so he quickly practiced his skills and absorbed spiritual energy to relieve the pain. After a while, relying on the nourishment of spiritual energy, his condition recovered a little, and he was no longer as uncomfortable as when he just woke up. He pulled out the needle in his hand, got out of bed, and walked outside. Where am I? He remembered that, after he got rid of Linhu, he fainted just as he was about to leave the park, and he had no memory of what happened afterwards. Did someone save me? He left the room, and found himself in an extremely luxurious villa, where many ancient paintings and some exquisite embroidery were hung. There were also several sets of gorgeous hanfu not far away. It can be seen that the owner here likes ancient things very much. It can also be confirmed that this owner is a woman with good taste. He observed for a while and made sure that there was no one in the villa. Strange, the only people I know who can afford such a big villa are Mingayo and Ningxin, but they obviously don't like these ancient things. Who will save me? Lu Chuan felt the urge to urinate, and without thinking anymore, he quickly looked for a toilet in this big villa. He entered a room that looked like an ancient boudoir, and saw that there was another door inside. He thought it should be a toilet, so he hurriedly pushed the door and walked in. Then he saw a round wooden barrel inside, and a charming and beautiful woman was taking a flower petal bath inside. When he entered, the woman just came out of the bath, and a delicate body appeared in front of him. Chapter 14 Misunderstanding Gu Hongxiang. The air froze for a few seconds. Lu Chuan was stunned. Gu Hongxiang was also stunned. The two just looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Gu Hongxiang broke the silence and asked, "Am I good looking?" Lu Chuan has been attracted by this nearly perfect body, and his eyes can't move away. Hearing Gu Hongxiang's question, he subconsciously nodded. Good looking. Gu Hongxiang frowned slightly. She didn't expect that this guy would dare to answer her question. She spoke again. "Why don't you come over and touch it?" Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva. His eyes fell on the position below the collarbone. Can I? Even a woman as calm as Gu Hongxiang couldn't help but blush on her face at this moment, and scolded. "What do you think?" Lu Chuan reacted at this time, and quickly turned his back to Gu Hongxiang. "I'm sorry, I just had a brain seizure. Sister, don't be angry." Gu Hongxiang laughed. "Sister? You have a sweet mouth." Lu Chuan scratched his head awkwardly. "Sister, can I ask why I'm here? What is your sister's name?" Gu Hongxiang reached for the bathrobe and didn't seem to mind Lu Chuan staying here at all. She replied, "My name is Gu Hongxiang. They all call me Sister Hong. And as for you." When Lu Chuan heard the name Gu Hongxiang, his heart skipped a beat and his expression instantly darkened. He had heard of Gu Hongxiang's name a long time ago. She was one of the 4 great beauties in Yuncheng, but secondly, the reason why people in Yuncheng were familiar with Gu Hongxian was that everyone knew that she was Long Xian'ai's lover. This meant that he was now in the hands of Long Xian'ai's people. Without waiting for Gu Hongxian to finish, he turned around quickly, rushed over, knocked the towel out of Gu Hongxian's hand, then stretched out his hand to pinch her neck, and hugged her into his arms, strangling her. He stared around with a vigilant look on his face and asked, "Did Long Xian'ai's instruction bring me here? What do you want to do? Is there someone ambushing in this villa?" Gu Hongxian frowned. "Are you sick?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly. "You won't tell me, right? If you don't tell me, I will have sex with you now. I'm very cruel, and you will definitely not be able to withstand it. Don't think I'm just scaring you." After saying that, he hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out a hand, and put it on Gu Hongxian's chest to show that he was not joking. Gu Hongxian's body trembled slightly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Mengiao asked me to save you. Can't you listen to me?" Lu Chuan was stunned. "Mengiao asked you to save me? But aren't you Long Xian'ai's lover?" Gu Hongxian explained. "I'm indeed his woman, but this does not mean that I'm in the same group with him. If Long Xian'ai really wanted to catch you, just because you are Mengiao's fiancé, you would have been buried in the ground long ago. How could you have the chance to talk to me here?" Lu Chuan reacted immediately. Now that he knew that he was Chu Mengiao's fiancé, only Chu Mengiao knew about it. Now that Gu Hongxian said it, it could only be Chu Mengiao who told him. He seemed to have misunderstood Gu Hongxian. A trace of embarrassment climbed up his face, and he said, "Yes, I'm sorry, I overreacted." Gu Hongxian turned her head and glanced at him and asked, "Are you comfortable?" Lu Chuan quickly let go of his hand, then picked up the bath towel on the ground, handed it to Gu Hongxian, bowed apologetically, "Sorry." Then he quickly left the bathroom. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Mengiao. After confirming that what Gu Hongxian said was true, he expressed his gratitude to Chu Mengiao and said that he would definitely repay her if he had the chance. After hanging up the phone, he began to think anxiously about how to ask for Gu Hongxian's forgiveness. After a while, Gu Hongxian came out in a bathrobe with a resentful look in her eyes. Lu Chuan hurried forward and said with his head down, "Sister Hong, I'm sorry, I asked Mengiao, I misunderstood you. You are my savior, but I." Gu Hongxian waved her hand. "You don't know, it's normal to have that reaction. I don't blame you." Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. "But besides Long Xian'ai, you are the first man who dares to touch me like this." Gu Hongxian stared at Lu Chuan with a playful expression. Lu Chuan blushed suddenly and didn't dare to look at Gu Hongxian. Gu Hongxian came up to Lu Chuan and said with a smile, "You just said that you are very cruel. I want to see it and see if I can stand it." She looked down and one hand slowly slid down. Lu Chuan quickly stepped back. "Sister Hong, I'm thin-skinned. Don't make a fuss. I just said nonsense." Gu Hongxian chuckled. "What? Long Xian'ai's son robbed your fiancé. Don't you want to give him a green hat to retaliate?" Lu Chuan suddenly said seriously, "I will face Long Xian'ai directly and make him change his mind instead of using this method to retaliate against him." Gu Hongxian was stunned, then laughed at herself and said, "Don't be naive. In Yuncheng, no one can beat Long Xian'ai." She liked Lu Chuan a little more. Her words just now were just a test of Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan really wanted to do something to her, she would not hesitate to call Long Xian'ai. Lu Chuan's face was firm. That was in the past. In the near future, he will be trampled under my feet. "Sister Hong, you are willing to save me, which means that you are forced to be Long Xian'ai's lover, right? Don't worry, when I'm strong enough, I will definitely save you from this sea of suffering." Gu Hongxian was stunned, staring at Lu Chuan for a long time without speaking. After a while, she showed a beautiful smile, shook her head and said, "Naive and silly boy, no wonder Mengiao asked me to help you. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Go back to your room and rest. You can stay here as long as you want. I still have to entertain guests, so I won't accompany you." After that, she picked up a bracelet on the cabinet next to her, put it on her hand, and turned back to her room to change clothes. When Lu Chuan saw the bracelet, his brows frowned. He felt an evil breath on it. But he was in a hurry to go to the toilet, so he didn't think much and ran into the toilet. After going to the toilet, thinking of the blood on his body when fighting with Linhu, he took a shower. When he came out after cleaning up, he saw Gu Hongseong had changed her clothes and was standing in the living room on the first floor from the second floor platform. An old man with grey hair and wearing a black jacket was observing the villa with a compass with a few young people. Lu Chuan was curious, so he went downstairs, walked up to Gu Hongseong and asked, "Sister Hong, what are they doing?" Gu Hongseong whispered, "Recently, there have been strange noises in my villa at night. Sometimes I can hear someone whispering in my ear. It's very scary. I always dream of a female ghost in red. I haven't slept well for many days. I suspect there are dirty things in the villa." She glanced at the white-haired old man. "That's the famous Feng Shui master in Yunsheng, Qi Xiangang. I asked him to come and help me take a look." Lu Chuan glanced at the bracelet on Gu Hongseong's hand and nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, Qi Xiangang brought a few disciples to Gu Hongseong and said with a smile, "Ms. Gu, I have understood the problem with your villa. Most of the antiques and paintings here come from tombs, and they carry some of the evil spirits from the tombs, so they are very likely to attract wandering ghosts. This is also the reason why you have nightmares and hear strange noises recently. I will try to help you remove the evil spirits from these antiques and paintings, and give you a few talismans to ward off evil spirits, and the problem should be completely solved." Gu Hongseong nodded respectfully. "Thank you, Master Qi." At this time, Lu Chuan suddenly stood up, stared at Qi Xiangang and said, "Master Qi, have you made a mistake? This matter should not be as simple as you said, right?" Chapter 15. Not recognizing the true person. Everyone turned their heads to look at Lu Chuan, and the atmosphere at the scene became tense. One of Qi Xianggang's disciples stared at Lu Chuan coldly and said with disdain, "My master is well known in the world of magic, and his level is recognized by the industry. Who do you think you are? How dare you question his judgment here?" Lu Chuan said lightly, "Of course I dare not question Master Qi's level, but this does not mean that Master Qi will not make mistakes." Qi Xianggang's face darkened now, and he looked at Gu Hongseong and said coldly, "Ms. Gu, what do you mean by this?" Gu Hongseong did not expect Lu Chuan to suddenly do this, and hurriedly apologized to Qi Xiangang. "Master Qi, this is my younger brother. He is a little reckless. Please don't take it to heart." She pulled Lu Chuan and said angrily, "Don't make trouble for me." Lu Chuan shook his head. "I'm not making trouble. He really didn't see the root of your problems. I just don't want you to be fooled." Qi Xiangang snorted coldly, "Fool? I, Qi, have been reading Feng Shui for decades, and this is the first time I've been accused of such a hat." Several of his disciples glared at Lu Chuan angrily. "Boy, you are looking for death. Believe it or not, we will destroy you right now. Master, let us help you deal with this ungrateful guy." Qi Xiangang waved his hand, stared at Lu Chuan and asked, "Since you think I have made a mistake, why don't you tell me, where is the root cause of Ms. Gu's problems?" Lu Chuan didn't waste any words, turned his head to look at Gu Hongseong, grabbed her arm with the bracelet on, and lifted it up. "The root cause is here." Qi Xiangang asked, "Are you talking about this bracelet?" Lu Chuan nodded, "Yes." Qi Xiangang sneered, "It seems that you are really an ignorant young man." He held the compass in his hand close to the bracelet. "My compass is a magic weapon, which has the function of sensing yin and evil spirits. I have just checked this bracelet with the compass, and there is no problem at all. Do you think that in my line of work, I will really make such a low-level mistake?" The needle on the compass did not move, without any change. He looked at a disciple and said, "Go get an ancient painting." The disciple immediately ran to get an ancient painting. Qi Xiangang brought the compass close to the ancient painting, and the needle on it shook instantly, indicating that the ancient painting was stained with something unclean. "What else do you have to say now?" Gu Hongseong also felt a little annoyed and shouted at Lu Chuan, "Apologize to Master Qi." Lu Chuan ignored her, but took off the bracelet on Gu Hongseong's wrist, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it hard. Gu Hongseong's face changed. "Lu Chuan, what are you doing? Do you really think I won't be angry?" Lu Chuan crushed the bracelet and said, "See for yourself." Everyone lowered their heads and saw that the broken bracelet beads actually contained hideous little skulls, mixed with some dark green, smelly oily substances. When these little skulls appeared, the whole villa became gloomy. Gu Hongseon was startled. She never thought that such a horrible thing would be hidden in her bracelet. She quickly hid behind Lu Chuan. On the compass, the needle shook wildly, and with a bang, it cracked directly. Qi Xiangang's face changed wildly, and he stepped back in shock. He pointed at the things on the ground with a trembling hand and exclaimed, "Human bones, corpse oil, this is the Nanyang black magic. Ms. Gu, someone wants your life." A gust of cold wind blew, and the little skulls trembled violently, and then a strong evil spirit emerged, gathering into a ferocious female ghost with a hideous face and fangs, stretching out a purple dry palm, and rushed towards Gu Hongseon. "Give me your life." Seeing this, Qi Xiangang immediately took out a bronze mirror, shone it on the female ghost, and fixed it in place. Lu Chuan glanced at Qi Xiangang and thought that this old man was still a bit of a Taoist. "Hurry up. This is a fierce evil spirit nurtured by the black magic. It is a rare evil creature in the world. I can't delay for long. If I leave too late, none of us will survive." Qi Xiangang shouted. Qi Xiangang's disciples had never seen such a scene. At this moment, they were already trembling with fear, almost peeing their pants. Hearing Qi Xiangang's words, they immediately fled out of the villa. At this moment, the mirror in Qi Xiangang's hand suddenly broke, and the female ghost resumed her actions. With a scream, all the doors of the villa were closed. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open them. Qi Xiangang sat on the ground with a face full of despair. "Oh no, this fierce evil spirit is so powerful, we will all die today." At this time, Lu Chuan came to him, reached out and took out the yellow talisman paper and cinnabar pen on his body. "Borrow it." He quickly drew a complex talisman on the yellow talisman paper, then bit his hand, and dripped 3 drops of blood on it. The talisman on the yellow talisman paper instantly released a golden light. Lu Chuan rushed to the ghost girl with the yellow talisman paper, and stuck it on her forehead. The ghost girl was instantly enveloped by the golden light, uttered a shrill scream, and a stream of black hair emerged. In the blink of an eye, it was purified completely by the power of the talisman. The villa returned to peace again. Lu Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief. The talisman he just drew was called the exorcism spell, which can deal with some relatively low-level evil things. He walked up to Gu Hongseon, who was pale, and asked, "Sister Hong, are you okay?" Gu Hongseon trembled slightly, pretending to be calm and said, I'm fine." Lu Chuan nodded, walked over and cleaned up the broken bracelet on the ground. He looked at Gu Hongseon and asked, "Sister Hong, who gave you this bracelet?" Gu Hongseon gritted her teeth and said, "Long Heo." Lu Chuan suddenly realized that it seemed that Long Heo didn't have a good impression of the lover his father raised. At this time, Qi Xiangang came over, staring at Lu Chuan with his eyes. Lu Chuan asked, "Master Qi, what's wrong with you?" Qi Xiangang knelt down in front of Lu Chuan with a plop and kowtowed heavily. "I didn't recognize the real person. Please forgive me." Seeing this, his disciples also ran over and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "Master Qi, you are too polite. I'm not a real person. I just happen to have a way to deal with that female ghost." Qi Xiangang said solemnly, "The real person does not need to be humble. The talisman you just cast was like a fairy method, which made Qi someone amazed. I wonder if the real person is willing to accept me as a disciple. I'm willing to work hard for the real person without any complaints." Lu Chuan quickly helped Qi Xiangang up. "Master Qi, you are too flattering me. Forget about becoming a disciple. If Master Qi is really interested, we can leave contact information and discuss more in the future." He thought to himself that you are already in your 70s and 80s, and you are more than enough to be my grandfather. If I ask you to work hard for me, won't I be cyberbullied to death? Qi Xiangang was full of regret, but he didn't force it. He left his contact information with Lu Chuan, complimented him again, and left the villa. Gu Hongseon's eyes changed again when she looked at Lu Chuan. She felt that she had underestimated this guy. Lu Chuan looked at Gu Hongseon and said, "Sister Hong, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." In the scene just now, you, as a woman, can be so calm. It is really admirable. I have to go to heal my wounds quickly, so I won't bother you anymore. After that, he was about to leave. Gu Hongseong grabbed him and bit her lip and said, "Don't leave." Lu Chuan was puzzled. "Is there anything else?" Gu Hongseong blushed and lowered her head, saying a little shamefully, My legs can't move. You carry me upstairs, and you stay tonight." I'm a little scared alone." Lu Chuan only noticed that Gu Hongseong's body was shaking. He reached out and touched Gu Hongseong's legs and found that her legs were extremely stiff, which was a situation that would only occur when she was overly nervous. It turns out that the calmness just now was all fake. She is really a strong-willed woman. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. Seeing Lu Chuan laughing, Gu Hongseong felt even more ashamed. She had always been high and mighty and always had her way. When had she ever lost to such a person? She shouted at Lu Chuan angrily, "If you laugh again, I will tear your mouth apart." Lu Chuan quickly shut his mouth. He didn't carry Gu Hongseong upstairs, but squatted down and used his spiritual power to knead Gu Hongseong's legs, which soon made her relax. Gu Hongseong resumed her actions, looked at Lu Chuan unhappily, and said, "You are quite beyond my expectation. You helped me this time. I owe you a favor. If you want any benefit, just ask." Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "I need some medicinal materials to recover from my injuries. Please help me buy them, Sister Hong." Gu Hongseong was slightly surprised. "Is it that simple?" Lu Chuan asked back, "What else?" Gu Hongseong laughed. "Interesting. Write down the medicinal materials you want. I will ask someone to buy them." Lu Chuan immediately wrote down the medicinal materials he needed, thinking that someone would pay for it this time, so he wrote the years of these medicinal materials a little higher. Gu Hongseong was very efficient. In less than an hour, she asked someone to buy these medicinal materials back. This made Lu Chuan feel that it was good to have money. He borrowed Gu Hongseong's kitchen to refine healing medicine and began to recover with the help of pills. The next morning, in the room, Lu Chuan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. All the spiritual energy surging around him was absorbed into his body. His aura rose rapidly and soon reached a new height. After everything returned to calm, Lu Chuan stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. At this time, not only had his injuries healed, but his realm had also successfully reached the second level of key training. If I meet Lin Hu again, I will be able to kill him within 3 moves. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Lu Chuan walked over to open it. Gu Hongseong stood outside the door, looking much better than yesterday. Behind her stood a tall and burly man with extraordinary aura. "Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Long, a 5th stage master of internal strength. From now on, he will be your bodyguard." Gu Hongseong introduced. Lu Chuan was surprised. "Sister Hong, I don't need a bodyguard." Gu Hongseong rolled her eyes. "You are injured. It will be safer to have master with you. He is my man. You don't have to worry. Just consider it as repaying you for helping me yesterday." Lu Chuan quickly said, "Sister Hong, my injury has healed. I don't need anyone to protect me. And, he is at the 5th stage of internal energy. Maybe I will have to protect him. You should let him go back." Zhao Long heard this and immediately snorted. "Boy, why are you pretending? I have the strength of the 5th stage of internal energy. Do I need your protection?" Chapter 16 Excited Munin King. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands. "Brother, don't get me wrong. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I'm not weaker than the 5th stage of internal energy now, and you may not be my opponent." That's not what I meant." Zhao Long clenched his fists and said angrily, "Boy, if Sister Hong hadn't said you were injured, my fist would have been on your face." Gu Hongseong also looked at Lu Chuan angrily. "Lu Chuan, why are you like this? Have you forgotten that you almost died at the hands of Lin Hu? Zhao Long's strength is not weaker than Lin Hu. He is more than enough to protect you. You should quickly apologize to Zhao Long. You still need him to protect your safety in the future." Lu Chuan looked helpless. "Sister Hong, I healed my injuries last night and my strength has greatly increased. Now the 5th stage of internal energy is nothing in my eyes." Gu Hongseong frowned. "I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and suffer. Do you think that, if you accept the bodyguard I give you, you won't be able to hold your head up in front of me in the future? You even lied to me like this. Although I don't practice martial arts, I also know that it becomes more and more difficult to improve the internal strength by each level. You surpassed the 5th level of internal strength in one night. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Xiaolong snorted coldly. Sister Hung, I've seen a lot of such self-righteous guys. Since he said that I'm not his opponent, why don't I teach him a lesson now and vent your anger for you, Sister Hung? Gu Hongxiang immediately glared at Xiaolong. Shut up. She looked at Lu Chuan. The matter is settled. You. Lu Chuan interrupted her directly and said to Xiaolong, come on, let's fight. This was the only way for him to prove himself now. Gu Hongxiang was even more annoyed. You want to piss me off to death, right? Lu Chuan said, Sister Hung, we are just sparring. We will stop at a certain point. If I don't do this, you won't believe me at all. He looked at Xiaolong and made a fighting gesture. Come on. Xiaolong sneered. You asked for this. He had been unhappy with Lu Chuan from the beginning. After all, being treated like this by Gu Hongxiang was really enviable. As a result, this kid was still so arrogant. He had long wanted to teach him a lesson. Sister Hung is so good to you, but you don't know how to cherish it. I will teach you a lesson for Sister Hung. He was afraid that Gu Hongxiang would stop him, so he attacked Lu Chuan without hesitation. Lu Chuan used his spiritual power to catch Xiaolong's moves, stepped back, made a fake move to attract Xiaolong's attention, and then slapped his other hand and hit Xiaolong in the abdomen. Bang! Xiaolong flew backwards and lay on the ground with a painful expression. He looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by this kid in just 3 moves. Gu Hongxiang wanted to stop him, but Lu Chuan and Xiaolong fought so fast that Xiaolong fell to the ground before she could even open her mouth. This shocked her, and her eyes widened like bells. What he said was actually true. Lu Chuan hurried over and helped Xiaolong up. Are you okay? Xiaolong looked at Lu Chuan with embarrassment and quickly shook his head. I'm fine, brother. I misunderstood you. With your strength, you really don't need my protection. Lu Chuan looked at Gu Hongxiang. Sister Hung, do you believe me now? Gu Hongxiang came back to her senses and snorted in obvious dissatisfaction. You're awesome. In fact, she was already amazed at Lu Chuan's performance. This guy not only knows how to cure diseases, but also how to exorcise evil spirits. His strength has improved so rapidly. He is really a rare talent. Lu Chuan laughed and bowed to Gu Hongxiang. But thank you for your kindness, Sister Hung. TSK. Gu Hongxiang pouted. Sister Hung, I have to go home. I'm sorry for disturbing you these days. He just remembered that Mu Nanking didn't know his current situation yet, so he had to go back quickly. I'm afraid my sister-in-law is very worried. When he went out that day, he was afraid that his mobile phone would be broken during the battle, so he left his mobile phone at home, and Mu Nanking couldn't contact him at all. Gu Hongxiang didn't try to keep him, and arranged for Xiaolong to send Lu Chuan back to the city. In Jinu community, Lu Chuan ran home like a fly. Mu Nanking was sitting on the sofa sobbing, and the whole person looked haggard. The table was full of toilet paper. Lu Chuan felt a little guilty and hurried to the sofa and said, Sister-in-law, I'm back. Mu Nanking was obviously stunned. She looked up at Lu Chuan and didn't respond for a long time. Lu Chuan didn't know what was wrong with Mu Nanking. Sister-in-law, you. At this moment, Mu Nanking suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and hugged Lu Chuan tightly, wishing he could squeeze him into his body. Xiao-Chun, is it really you? Lu Chuan hugged Mu Nanking, patted her on the back and said, Sister-in-law, it's me. I'm fine. Lin Hu is dead, and my crisis is over. Mu Nanking looked up at Lu Chuan, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, and then she pounded Lu Chuan's chest, as if to vent her anger. Why didn't you tell me before you left? I had no news for 3 days, and you didn't even bring your cell phone. I thought something had happened to you, and I tried every possible way to find you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Do you know that I have been worried to death for the past 3 days? If you hadn't come back today, I would have hanged myself with you tomorrow. Lu Chuan comforted Mu Nanking. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm fine. It's really my fault. I didn't want you to be affected, so I left without saying goodbye. I promise that I will never do this again in the future. I would rather be affected than worry about your safety like this. Damn Zao-chan, I don't like you anymore. Mu Nanking angrily pounded Lu Chuan's chest. She seemed annoyed, but in fact, she didn't use any strength at all. Lu Chuan let her vent her emotions, and his heart was full of emotion. In this world, Mu Nanking was the only one who cared so much about his safety. After a long time, Mu Nanking's emotions stabilized. She wiped her tears, washed her face, and put on some makeup. She didn't want Lu Chuan to see her haggard side. She walked up to Lu Chuan and asked seriously, Zao-chan, is the matter of Linhu really over? Lu Chuan nodded. Really, sister-in-law, I'm not lying to you. Mu Nanking stretched out her hand and pinched Lu Chuan's face and snorted, don't let me worry so much in the future. Lu Chuan promised seriously, definitely. A smile appeared on Mu Nanking's face. Although her eyes were swollen from crying, she still looked charming when she smiled. Lu Chuan liked to see Mu Nanking smile. At this moment, he remembered something and looked at Mu Nanking and asked, sister-in-law, you said before that if I can survive this crisis, you will tell me a secret. What is this secret? Chapter 17. Let's wait and see. Mu Nanking blushed immediately and looked at Lu Chuan hesitantly. This secret, your eldest brother originally. Lu Chuan leaned over curiously. Mu Nanking seemed to find it difficult to speak and suddenly turned her head away. I'm not ready yet, so I can't tell you the secret yet. Lu Chuan became even more curious. Sister-in-law, you can't play tricks on me. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep at night. Mu Nanking glanced at Lu Chuan shyly. Then I can't say it either, but when the time is right, I will tell you. Now, I still have to do some investigation on you. Investigation? Lu Chuan was puzzled. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, sister-in-law, my eldest brother is not an invisible rich man, is he? Does he have a huge inheritance waiting for me to inherit? So he asked you to investigate me? Mu Nanking rolled her eyes. If your eldest brother is an invisible rich man, would we have lived so hard in the past? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Lu Chuan thought about it and sighed helplessly. If you don't want to say it, forget it. I won't ask. Mu Nanking smiled, reached out and patted Lu Chuan's head. You can rest assured, it is definitely a good thing for you. After that, a subtle expectation flashed in her eyes. Lu Chuan nodded. Sister-in-law, let's eat dumplings today to celebrate the crisis. I want to eat the dumplings you made. Mu Nanking happily agreed. Okay, I'll go buy vegetables and meat now. You just survived the crisis, so just take a good rest at home. Lu Chuan didn't refuse and said with a smile, sister-in-law, you are so good to me. Mu Nanking seemed a little proud, changed her clothes with a happy face, and went out to buy vegetables. Lu Chuan sat on the sofa and thought about the next plan. Linhu, a 5th stage internal strength expert, is just an insignificant little character under Long Shire. I still have a long way to go to compete with him. Improving my strength is the most important thing for me at the moment. After all, this crisis was caused by Kinlan and Liu-kun, the couple. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died. This revenge must be avenged. But before that, I have to go to Menyeo. If she hadn't asked Sister Han to help, even if I defeated Linhu, I would not have lived long with serious injuries and coma. I must thank her. Speaking of which, this woman said that she couldn't control my life or death, but secretly used her connections to help me. Does she like me very much? A narcissistic smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face. Mu Nanking came back from buying vegetables, and Lu Chuan made dumplings with her. After dinner, Lu Chuan said, sister-in-law, I have to go out for something. You have been worried these days. Have a good sleep at home. Mu Nanking glanced at him with a reproachful look. I haven't been to work for 3 days. Now that I know you are fine, I can go to work with peace of mind. If I don't go, people will fire me. Lu Chuan nodded and left the house, thinking that he must make a lot of money in the future so that his sister-in-law can live a life without going to work. He came to Huarangayumeo Beauty Company and walked to the door of the president's office with ease. Chumingayo's irritable voice came from inside. This drug will be on the market in 3 days. So much has been invested in the early publicity. You tell me, now that the production line can't make finished drugs, are you deliberately playing tricks on me? President, we don't know what's going on. It can obviously make finished products during research and development, but it can't become a drug once it reaches the production line. We checked the production line, but we can't find the reason at all. Lu Chuan's expression moved slightly. It seems that this beautiful president is in trouble. He pushed the door and walked in. Chu Mingyao was wearing a uniform and standing in front of the desk with an unpleasant look on her face, her arms folded across her chest, and her aura was overwhelming. The secretary, the drug developer, and the product manager stood in front of Chu Mingyao with their heads down, trembling. Chu Mingyao frowned when she saw Lu Chuan coming in. "What are you doing here? Didn't I say we don't want to meet?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "If I don't come, who will help you solve your problems?" He stretched out his hand. "Show me the prescription of the medicine you just talked about." Chu Mingyao was speechless. "Can you stop making trouble? I'm angry now and have no time to deal with you. Get out quickly or I'll scold you too." Lu Chuan said seriously, "I'm not making trouble. Show me the prescription quickly." Chu Mingyao bit her back teeth. "Do you think you can solve all problems just because you know some medical skills? This is a beauty drug, which is different from what you know. Can you stop being so self-righteous?" Lu Chuan said, "I understand everything in the world. Beauty drugs are also medicines. I can see if there is a problem. I know you are so angry that you want to stab someone now. How about this? If I can't solve your problem, I'll let you stab me twice with a knife. How about it?" Chu Mingyao was so angry that she laughed. She seemed to be competing with Lu Chuan. She opened the drawer of the desk, took out a fruit knife from it, and slammed it on the table. "You said it. Don't think I'm kidding you." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I said it." Chu Mingyao snorted coldly and looked at the drug developer. "Give him the prescription." The drug developer took out the prescription and handed it to Lu Chuan. He secretly glanced at him and then shook his head. It's obvious at first glance that this guy is an amateur. He makes this kind of bet with the president. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Why are young people nowadays so aggressive? Lu Chuan stared at the prescription for a few seconds, then said to the drug developer, "Change the order of adding Artemisia capillaris and dried lotus leaves, and try again." The drug developer was stunned. Did you look at the prescription carefully? You found the problem in just a few seconds?" Lu Chuan said lightly, "This problem is obvious. Does it take a lot of time to waste?" The drug developer was speechless and felt that this guy was just here to show off. He said seriously, "This has nothing to do with the order of adding medicinal materials. You are just messing around." Lu Chuan said, "Do as I say first, and then judge whether I'm messing around or not." Chu Mingyao sneered and sharpened the fruit knife on the edge of the table. "Do as he says." The drug developer had no choice but to nod to Chu Mingyao. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Then he turned and left the office. The secretary and product manager didn't dare to stay in the office any longer, so they followed him out. "Let's go and help." Lu Chuan looked at Chu Mingyao sharpening her knife and said awkwardly, "Don't hold the knife all the time. I came here today to thank you." Chu Mingyao snorted coldly, "Why are you thanking me? Do I know you?" Lu Chuan was helpless, thinking that she was really a woman with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. "Helping you solve the problem of medicine today is my reward to you." He looked at Chu Mingyao seriously and said. Chu Mingyao sneered, "TSK, don't think too highly of yourself. Different trades are different mountains. If this problem can be solved so easily, wouldn't all the experts I hired at a high price become decorations?" Lu Chuan shrugged, "Let's wait and see." Chu Mingyao whispered, "Arrogant." Half an hour later, the drug developer ran into the office with excitement on his face. President. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 18 You Are Ma. Lu Chuan's first woman. Chu Mingyao took the fruit knife in her hand. "Can I stab him?" The drug developer was stunned, then said with a smile, "President, you can't joke like this. This person is our benefactor. If you really want to stab him, just stab me." Chu Mingyao frowned. "What do you mean?" The drug developer said excitedly. I followed what this young man said and changed the order of Artemisia capillaris and dried lotus leaves. As a result, the production line successfully produced the medicine. Our problem is solved, and the medicine can be successfully launched on the market. Chumingayao was stunned and looked at Luchuan in disbelief. Did he really solve it? But, he just took a look at the prescription. How did he do it? Luchuan showed a smug look and said as if to take credit. How about it? Do you believe me now? Chumingayao looked stubborn. You just hit the jackpot. The drug developer walked up to Luchuan with a humble face. Brother, I misunderstood you at that time. It's amazing that you can find out our problem so easily. I wonder if you can tell us why these two herbs can be made into medicine by changing their order? Although Chumingayao didn't want to give Luchuan a chance to be proud, she still pricked up her ears and moved closer. Luchuan smiled and said, once the Artemisia capillaris is heated, it will restrain the medicinal properties of the dried lotus leaves. Although it is not obvious, the effect is still there. This effect is not obvious in the production of small doses, but it has a great impact on the production line. It would be strange if it can become a medicine under the counteraction of the medicinal properties. The drug developer suddenly realized and slapped his thigh and said, so that's how it is. Thank you for your answer. I really learned a lot today. Luchuan smiled slightly. No big deal. He looked at Chumingayao. Why are you putting your ear on my face? Chumingayao quickly stood up and said shamelessly, who is putting your ear on you? Don't talk nonsense. Luchuan's face was full of joking. You are good looking. You have the final say. Humph. Chumingayao glared at him and looked at the drug developer. You go out first. The drug developer nodded tactfully and quickly left the office. Chumingayao then put down her CEO's as, glanced at Luchuan and said, thank you. Luchuan smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't asked Sister Han for help, I might have died. Chumingayao quickly explained, I asked Sister Han for help because of my grandfather's face. Don't think too much. Luchuan laughed. Don't worry, I'm not narcissistic enough to think you like me. Chumingayao changed the subject. It's a good thing that you can survive from Linhu. Now you should know how powerful the Long family is. Linhu is just the worst thug of the Long family. So we should try not to contact each other in the future. Once we are discovered by the Long family, the consequences will be disastrous. Luchuan shook his head. No, this has made me more determined to help you get out of the sea of suffering. Chumingayao frowned. Are you crazy? Luchuan said, the more powerful the Long family is, the more wronged you will be after you marry into it. I will not allow this to happen. He looked at Chumingayao. Although you don't like me, you gave me your first time. You are my first woman, Luchuan, and I must be responsible for you. Chumingayao blushed immediately. Who is your woman? Can you stop being narcissistic? Luchuan didn't care. I will become stronger and stronger, and by then Longshan'er will have to bow down to me. I came here today to tell you that before I grow up, you must not give in first. I won't let you wait too long. After saying that, he turned and left Chumingayao's office. Chumingayao was stunned for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking. When she came to her senses, she stomped her feet in annoyance. This bastard. I wanted him to help me treat my cold again, but he had to say such things, making me forget the business. After a little hesitation, she hurriedly chased him out. Luchuan left the company building. Just as he was about to take a taxi, he saw two familiar figures walking towards him. His face darkened instantly. Kinlan, Liu-kun, what a pair of bastards. Kinlan was holding Liu-kun's arm, and the two looked very sweet. Luchuan didn't hesitate, and walked straight over. Liu-kun stared at his phone, and saw the news about Linhu's tragic death. He said in a cold voice, Luchuan, this loser is really lucky. Before Linhu could settle accounts with him, he died at the hands of others. What a pity. Kinlan was surprised. Ah. Who killed Linhu? Liu-kun said, we haven't found out yet. We only know that it was a vicious person. It is probably some ruthless master. We are not qualified to contact such a person. Kinlan nodded. Luchuan, this bastard is lucky, she said happily, but this time, Deer introduced a cooperation project with Huarangai Mio to our Kin family. This is a big company and a big project. Our Kin family will be able to become successful in no time. By then, Luchuan will be just a stinky loser in our eyes, so don't take it to heart. The Kin family is a third-tier small family in Yunsheng. Kinlan's father is mediocre and incompetent. He has always been excluded at home. Kinlan has never been liked by the Kin family, otherwise she would not have been with Luchuan, the delivery man. Now that she has become Liu Kun's favorite, she has become the darling of the family, and everyone respects her. Liu Kun laughed. That's true. A loser like Luchuan will never be able to get in touch with such a big company in his life. Kinlan asked again, by the way, dear, have you seen a beautiful president? I heard that she is one of the 4 beauties in Yunsheng. Liu Kun shook his head. This project was introduced by my father. I haven't met the president, but she must be very beautiful to be rated as one of the 4 beauties in Yunsheng. Kinlan said, you will know whether she is beautiful or not when you see her later. At this time, Luchuan came to the two of them and slapped them each without hesitation. Both of them were stunned. Kinlan reacted and looked at Luchuan and roared, Luchuan, you idiot. Do you want to die? Liu Kun gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but he knew that he could not beat Luchuan, so he could only endure it. Luchuan said coldly, you hired someone to deal with me, and I almost lost my life. I just slapped you. What are you wronged about? Kinlan's chest rose and fell. How could she bear to be slapped by a coward like Luchuan? But Liu Kun said, Kinlan, don't bother with this loser. We are here to discuss cooperation today. It's not worth getting angry because of him. As long as the cooperation is negotiated, he is nothing in front of us. Kinlan nodded, stared at Luchuan and said, you are a vulgar loser who can only fight. You will never reach our level in your life. This is the territory of Huarangai Mio Company. People like you are not worthy of coming here. She looked around and shouted, security. Security. Come and drive this garbage away. He is really affecting the image of the company here. The sound of high heels rang out. Chu Mingyao stood beside Luchuan, looked at Kinlan and Liu Kun coldly, and scolded, who told you to shout here? Chapter 19. Probably a small employee. Kinlan looked at Chu Mingyao and was immediately suppressed by her aura. She said with a stiff face, who are you? I'm talking about this loser. What does it have to do with you? Chu Mingyao recalled the content in Luchuan's information and turned to ask Luchuan, is this your ex-girlfriend? Luchuan nodded. He was a little surprised that Chu Mingyao suddenly appeared here. Chu Mingyao said lightly, it's right for you to break up with her. Kinlan was annoyed. What do you mean it's right to break up with me? It's obvious that he is not worthy of me. Chu Mingyao glanced at her. I'm Luchuan's friend. I work at Huarangai Mio. If you keep shouting, I will ask the security to drive you away. Kinlan's heart skipped a beat. She gritted her teeth and looked at Chu Mingyao, saying, what kind of vision do you have to be friends with such a loser? Chu Mingyao's expression turned cold. Who I make friends with is none of your business? Kinlan wanted to refute, but Chu Mingyao's aura was too strong, and she was so scared that she dared not speak. Liu Kun on the side was also unhappy. Chu Mingyao was so beautiful that he wanted to kneel down at her feet the first time he saw her. Compared with her, Kinlan was just a village woman. However, such a beautiful woman was actually Luchuan's friend. Why? He was not convinced and said to Chu Mingyao, beauty, you must have been fooled by this guy. He is a complete loser. How can he be qualified to be your friend? Chu Mingyao curled her lips and said, that's better than a slut like you. After that, she looked at Luchuan and said, come with me, I have something to talk to you about. The two walked into the company building together. Liu Kun was furious, his fists were clenched, and his veins were bulging. Stinky bitch, why are you so proud? If it weren't for your good looks, I would have beaten you long ago. Kinlan followed up with a curse, that bitch is a slut at first glance. She doesn't even pick on trash like Luchuan. Maybe she's a rag that thousands of people ride on. Honey, don't be angry for such a person. Liu Kun nodded. This kind of woman probably got into Huarangai Mio Company by selling herself. When we reach a cooperation with Huarangai Mio and have the right to speak, I will definitely let them fire this bitch and see if she dares to be arrogant at that time. Kinlan took Liu Kun's arm, Honey, let's go in and talk about cooperation first. Don't let these two bitches affect our cooperation. Liu Kun took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and took Kinlan into the building. A middle-aged man came up to greet him. He was the project manager of Huaranga Umeo, Zhangquan. Ms. Qin, brother Liu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Come to the lounge and sit for a while. I'll ask them to arrange tea for you. Our President Chu will come over later. Zhangquan received him politely. After Liu Kun sat down, he looked at Zhangquan and said, Manager Zhang, there is a woman in your company who is really awesome. She just scolded both of us outside, which really pissed me off. Zhangquan was surprised. Really? I wonder who you are talking about, brother Liu. Liu Kun said, I don't know the woman's name. She looks quite coquettish, but she is friends with a loser. I don't think she is a high-ranking person. She must be a clerk in your company. Zhangquan said helplessly, brother Liu, there are so many employees in our company, and more than half of them are girls. I don't know who you are talking about. How about I take you to find her and ask for an explanation for you, brother Liu. Liu Kun's father is the general manager of Yunhei Hotel. He has a wide network of contacts and is not easy to mess with. Zhangquan dare not offend him too much. Liu Kun waved his hand. Manager Zhang, you are too polite. I just complained a few words. Don't bother. Let's talk about business. Zhangquan smiled. I'm really sorry. You wait here for a while. I'll go and call Mr. Chu down. After that, he turned and left. Liu Kun snorted. See, their project managers have to be polite to me. That bitch actually dared to say that to me. It's really a shame for her. Kinlan looked at Liu Kun with admiration and said, that's right. If that vixen knew your identity, she would probably kneel down and beg for mercy. How dare she be so arrogant? Liu Kun suddenly sneered. Let's talk about the project first. When we meet that woman again, I will make her kneel down and apologize to me. On the bed. The president's office. Lu Chuan looked at Chu Mingyao. Why did you call me back again? Chu Mingyao said embarrassedly. I feel that my cold may be about to flare up again, so I would like to ask you to treat me again. Lu Chuan asked, is it a one-time treatment or a one-time cure? Chu Mingyao was stunned, then gritted her teeth and said, treatment once. Lu Chuan said disappointedly, I thought you had figured it out. Chu Mingyao snorted coldly, asshole, don't think I don't know you are fooling me. Do I look so gullible? Lu Chuan shrugged, didn't argue anymore, and said, lie down on the desk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Boss Chu, the people who are here to discuss the project today are here and are waiting downstairs. Chu Mingyao replied, I see. You go down first and keep him company. I'll be down soon. Understood. Chu Mingyao glanced at Lu Chuan, took the initiative to lie down on the desk, and said, hurry up. I have to go to discuss cooperation later. Lu Chuan didn't waste time. He put his hand into Chu Mingyao's clothes, gently stroked her belly, and began to release his energy. Chu Mingyao felt comfortable and couldn't help but hum. Lu Chuan hurriedly said, don't make trouble. I can't control myself if you seduce me like this. Chu Mingyao's face was hot. She turned her head to one side and said shamefully, I didn't seduce you. I just couldn't help it. Lu Chuan smiled and said nothing more. 20 minutes later, the two entered the elevator together. The redness on Chu Mingyao's face faded for a long time. After secretly glancing at Lu Chuan, she said, if you change your lustful habit, you are actually a good person. Lu Chuan, I'm a gentleman. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Mingyao snorted. I have never seen a gentleman go to an irregular massage parlor. Lu Chuan was speechless. The two came to the lobby. At this time, Zhangquan was chatting with Liu Kun and Kinlan. Liu Kun saw Lu Chuan and Chu Mingyao coming out of the elevator at a glance and pointed at them. Manager Zhang, it's that slut who pretended to be cool in front of me. Look at her walking posture. If you don't know, you would think she is your president. Kinlan said with jealousy. She relies on her beauty to flirt here. This kind of woman is a disaster in your company. Manager Zhang should find a chance to fire her. Zhangquan looked over and saw that Liu Kun was talking about Chu Mingyao. The smile on his face stopped abruptly, his scalp exploded instantly, and he repeatedly confirmed whether the two people he entertained were idiots. Chu Mingyao came over and was stunned when she saw Kinlan and Liu Kun waiting here. Liu Kun sneered and said, "What are you doing here, bitch? Can't you see that your manager Zhang is entertaining us? If you know what's good for you, apologize to me quickly, or I'll let manager Zhang fire you right now." Chapter 20. I don't like broken shoes. Chu Mingyao frowned and looked at Zhang Quan. "They want to cooperate with our company?" Zhang Quan stood up suddenly, his forehead covered with cold sweat, trembling. Yes. Liu Kun was puzzled. "Manager Zhang, why did you stand up suddenly? She is just a small employee. There is no need for you to treat her so politely, right?" Zhang Quan roared at Liu Kun. "She is our president. Did you two get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Liu Kun and Kinlan's expressions froze, and they looked at each other in disbelief, and they quickly stood up. She is your president? How is this possible? If it is true, how could she be friends with a rubbish like Lu Chuan? Kinlan's face was full of doubt. Zhang Quan wanted to slap this stupid woman a few times. "You mean I don't even know who the president of our company is?" Liu Kun quickly covered Kinlan's mouth. No, we don't mean that." His face was pale, and he looked at Chu Mingyao with a cold breath, forcing an ugly smile and said, "Boss Chu, it was all a misunderstanding just now." Chu Mingyao snorted coldly. "Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm blind or deaf? I heard clearly what you said when you scolded me just now." Liu Kun quickly raised his hand and slapped his mouth. "I really don't know how to control my broken mouth. Boss Chu, you must not take it to heart." Lu Chuan, who was about to leave, saw something was happening here and came over to watch the fun. He saw Liu Kun slapping his mouth hard and said with a smile, "What? Do you finally know how disgusting your mouth is?" Liu Kun glared at Lu Chuan and ignored him. When Kinlan saw Lu Chuan coming, her face-saving nature awakened again. She stopped Liu Kun and said, "Honey, why are you hitting yourself like this? Even if she is a beautiful president, so what? The fact that she can hang out with someone like Lu Chuan shows that her vision is not that good. So what if we talk about her?" Liu Kun was so angry that he slapped Kinlan in the face and cursed, "Are you an idiot? She is not only a beautiful president, but also the eldest daughter of the Chu family and the future daughter-in-law of Long Xianaya. If you want to die, don't drag me along." Kinlan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Chu Mingyao to have so many terrifying identities. Liu Kun pleaded with Chu Mingyao, "Boss Chu, she is out of her mind. Please don't argue with her. We are here to discuss cooperation sincerely today." Chu Mingyao curled her lips. "You are not worthy of cooperating with us. Manager Zhang, put them on our company's blacklist and announce to the public that the Qin family is not allowed to participate in any of our projects in the future." She glanced at Liu Kun. "In addition, cancel all the activities originally scheduled to be held at Yunhei Hotel. In the future, we will no longer cooperate with Yunhei Hotel in any commercial activities." Zhang Quan nodded immediately. "Yes, I will issue a notice to inform the entire industry." No matter how stupid Kinlan was, she became anxious when she heard Chu Mingyao's words. Although this was just a notice issued by Huarangaimuo, Chu Mingyao was the eldest daughter of the Chu family and the future daughter-in-law of Long Xianaya. With these two identities alone, no one dared to cooperate with the Qin family again. After all, no one would offend the Chu family and Long Xianaya for a small Qin family. This is equivalent to directly banning the Qin family in the entire Yancheng. If the senior members of the Qin family knew that Kinlan had single-handedly pitted the entire Qin family, they would probably skin her alive. She looked at Chu Mingyao with despair on her face and begged, "Boss Chu, Miss Chu, I know I was wrong. Please withdraw this order. Once this notice is issued, my Qin family will be finished." Chu Mingyao looked indifferent. "The Qin family is finished. What does it have to do with me?" Kinlan staggered and almost fell. She grabbed Liu Kun and shouted anxiously, "Honey, help me think of a solution." Liu Kun was full of anger at the moment, and his body was shaking. Although Huarangaimuo's cancellation of the cooperation with Yunhei Hotel would not have as great an impact as the Kim family, it was equivalent to offending the Chu family and Long Xianaya. How could he get involved with such a stupid woman? You are asking for trouble, and you want me to help you find a solution? I want to do it. He kicked Kinlan and cursed, "Get away from me, and don't call me dear in the future, it makes me sick." Kinlan fell to the ground, but soon got up again. Seeing that Liu-kun refused to help her, she ran to Luchuan and begged, "Luchuan, you are Mr. Chu's friend. Please help me beg for mercy. As long as you are willing to help me, I will sleep with you tonight, okay?" Luchuan pushed her away with a look of disgust. "I don't like sluts." Chu Mingyao was very satisfied with Luchuan's behavior and shouted, "Security, drive them out." A team of security guards came and drove Liu-kun and Kinlan out. Luchuan felt relieved. He smiled and looked at Chu Mingyao, saying, "I originally wanted to seek revenge on them, but you taught them a lesson for me first. Thank you so much." Chu Mingyao said indifferently, "They are really hateful. It is only right for me to teach them a lesson. You don't have to thank me." Seeing her trying hard to distance herself from him, Luchuan smiled helplessly and said nothing more. He cupped his hands and said, "Then I will leave first." Chu Mingyao wanted to say goodbye, but suddenly a chill gathered in her chest, causing her body to soften, and she almost fell. She frowned and said to Luchuan, "Wait a minute." Luchuan was puzzled. "Anything else?" Chu Mingyao looked at him resentfully and asked, "Were you treating my cold at that time, or were you just taking advantage of me? Why did my cold attack again?" Luchuan frowned and hurried forward to feel Chu Mingyao's pulse. He was surprised and said, "Strange. I should have suppressed the extreme cold power in your body. How come there is a stream of it coming out?" Chu Mingyao asked, "What do you mean?" Luchuan said, "It's not a big problem. It should be my negligence. I will take you back to the office and help you suppress it again." Chu Mingyao bit her lip. "Can you be more reliable?" Luchuan scratched his head embarrassedly. "The miracle doctor also has carelessness sometimes. Please bear with me." In fact, he completely suppressed the extreme cold power in Chu Mingyao's body at that time, and he didn't know why a small stream of it came out again. Chu Mingyao didn't care about it anymore and entered the elevator with the help of Luchuan. The two entered the president's office. Luchuan closed the door and Chu Mingyao lay down on the desk skillfully. "Hurry up, I feel a little uncomfortable. Don't be careless this time," Chu Mingyao urged. Luchuan walked to the desk and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this will never happen again." He raised his hand and was about to help Chu Mingyao suppress the cold air, but suddenly he was stunned. Chu Mingyao glanced at him. "What are you still standing there for?" Luchuan's eyes fell on Chu Mingyao's chest. "This time the cold air is gathered on your chest. If I want to help you suppress it, I have to put my hand in. I'll put it where the cold air is." Chapter 21 Go check your eyes. Chu Mingyao widened her eyes. "Wasn't it in the lower abdomen just now? How come it has changed again now?" Luchuan said, "I don't know either." Chu Mingyao bit her lip and stared at him as if she wanted to see through his soul. "You did it on purpose. You just want to take advantage of me." Luchuan looked wronged. "How is it possible? Do I look like that kind of shameless person? Is it really because the cold air condensed in the chest this time? I didn't want it either." Chu Mingyao looked at Luchuan resentfully and wanted to bite this guy hard. She felt her body was getting more and more painful. She didn't have time to investigate whether Luchuan did it on purpose, so she said, "Then do it through the clothes." Luchuan said embarrassedly, "It won't work through the clothes. You have to put it in, otherwise the power can't be transmitted." Chu Mingyao closed her eyes directly, frowned and said, "Even if I'm tortured to death by this cold disease in the future, I will never ask you to help with the treatment again." Luchuan asked tentatively, "So you agree that I can put my hand in now?" Chu Mingyao scolded, "Don't waste time. If you dare to touch it, I will kill you." Luchuan's eyes fell on her chest and he swallowed. "Relax a little, I'll finish as soon as possible." He raised his hand and carefully reached into Chu Mingyao's collar. Warm, soft, tender, and smooth. Luchuan tried his best to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart, concentrated his mind, and began to help Chu Mingyao suppress the cold. "It's not like we haven't touched each other before, so I shouldn't have that kind of thought at this time," he tried to convince himself. Half an hour later, Luchuan withdrew his hand and let out a long sigh. "Okay. This time the cold was much more difficult to deal with than before, and it had a few more cunning characteristics. It kept running around in Chumingaileo's body, forcing Luchuan to keep moving his hand. This made him feel a little weird. Logically speaking, the extreme cold power in Chumingaileo's body shouldn't be like this. Chumingaileo got down from the desk. The symptoms on her body had disappeared, and she was full of energy again, but her face was a little red and abnormal. She looked at Luchuan viciously, gritted her teeth and cursed, "Vile." Luchuan said innocently, "I didn't move on purpose, and this is all for your treatment." Chumingaileo snorted, stretched out her hand to tidy up her clothes. "Go out, I don't want to see you now." Luchuan shook his head helplessly, walked towards the door, deliberately raised his voice and said, "These days, good people don't get good rewards, it's true." Chumingaileo clenched her fists in anger, thinking that you just took advantage of me like that. I just said you were vulgar, and you still feel wronged. Luchuan opened the door of the office, and was about to go out, when he saw a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a dragon head cane, with a square face, and a serious face standing at the door. Behind him were two bodyguards wearing sunglasses, with a strong aura. Luchuan didn't know what these people were doing, and said, "Please make way, I want to go out." The middle-aged man looked at him indifferently, and did not make way, but forced him back into the office. When Chumingaileo saw the middle-aged man, her face changed. She hurried over, and said in panic, "Dad, why are you here?" Luchuan was surprised. He didn't expect that this middle-aged man was Chumingaileo's father, Chushan, the head of the Chu family. Chushan didn't look at Chumingaileo, but stared at Luchuan and asked, "Who is he?" Chumingaileo said guiltily, "He is my friend." Chushan frowned. "Friend? You are friends with such a low-class guy?" Luchuan felt unhappy, thinking that he had changed his marriage with Chumingaileo without authorization. He retorted, "Uncle, you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea. You just looked at me and made such a judgment. Isn't it too arbitrary?" Chushan curled his lips. "I look at you, and I'm already flattering you." Luchuan immediately clenched his fists. The two bodyguards instantly locked their eyes on him, and their momentum pressed forward. Luchuan felt that he was no match for these two people, so he could only endure it. Chumingaileo said quickly, "Dad, Luchuan is not as bad as you say. I'm so old now, do you have to control who I make friends with?" Luchuan? Chushan felt that the name was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. He looked at Chumingaileo and asked, "What did you do in there just now? Why is your face so red?" Chumingaileo lied and said, "There was a problem with the production of one of my drugs. Luchuan is an expert, so I asked him for advice." Chushan said coldly, "Mingaileo, do you think I'm a fool?" Chumingaileo said seriously, "If you don't believe me, go ask Secretary Wang." Chushan gave a look to the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard left immediately, and soon came back, and said to Chushan, "Master, it is true." Chushan's doubts were dispelled. He looked at Luchuan again, and his attitude was still high and mighty. He said, "My daughter is naive. I'm afraid that she will be cheated. I was rude just now. I hope you can understand. I didn't cheat your daughter. I just slept with her." Luchuan complained in his heart and thought that Chushan was an elder, so he replied, "I understand." Chushan nodded. "I have something to say to Mingaileo. You can leave." Luchuan didn't have a good impression of Chushan and didn't want to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that several blood vessels on Chushan's eyeballs turned black and soon returned to normal because they were too thin and difficult to detect. He quickly asked, "Uncle, have you felt any discomfort in your eyes recently, or have there been signs of vision loss?" Chushan glanced at him and said, "My eyes are fine. What do you mean by this?" Luchuan said, "It's like this. I know some medical skills, and I just observed that your eyes are a little abnormal. It is very likely that you have been infected with neurotoxins. You should go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible, otherwise you may become permanently blind." Chumingaileo's heart tightened when she heard this. Chushan sneered, "Boy, I just said something vulgar to you. Do you have to beat around the bush and call me blind?" Luchuan frowned, "Uncle, I'm serious. Chu Shan curled his lips. I just had a physical examination last week, and the doctor praised my eyes as better than those of young people. Do you want me to bring you the physical examination report? Lu Chuan said, Uncle, there are some things that can't be detected by physical examination. Enough. Chu Shan scolded. Get out of here right now. For Mingaeo's sake, I won't bother with you. Stay away from Mingaeo in the future, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Lu Chuan was speechless. He was kind enough to remind Chu Shan, but he felt that he was scolding him. His kindness was really taken for granted. He didn't intend to continue to curry favor with him, so he bowed and said, Uncle, take care of yourself. Goodbye. After that, he turned and left. Chu Mingaeo said anxiously, Dad, Lu Chuan's medical skills are very powerful. How could he scold you in a roundabout way? You think too much. You should go check your eyes. Chu Shan's face was cold. Why? Even you think I'm blind? Chu Mingaeo said, No, Dad. Chu Shan snorted coldly. That kid was just belittled by me, and he was unhappy, so he deliberately made trouble for me. You actually believed what he said. Mingaeo, you have to know that you and Long Heo are already engaged. In the future, you must have less contact with such shabby and low-class people. What is the point of that kid being worthy of being your friend? If there are too many people like this around you, it will only make the Long family look down on us. Chu Mingaeo sighed and sat at the desk with an unhappy face. She hated the fate of being manipulated. Marriage was fine, but now even making friends had to be pointed out. She didn't know what was the point of living such a life. Chu Shan stared at Chu Mingaeo and asked, Did you hear everything I said? I heard it, Dad. I have to work. If you have nothing else to do, go back. Chu Mingaeo perfunctorily said, pretending to be busy with work. For a moment, she thought that Lu Chuan, this bastard, was actually quite cute. Lu Chuan returned to Jinnu community. One day, I will make those who look down on me kneel down and seek my forgiveness. As he walked, he was thinking about improving his strength. Chu Shan's attitude towards him today dealt him a big blow. Although he has unlimited potential, he does not have the capital to have an equal dialogue with the Chu family. Becoming a strong man unparalleled in the world is his only chance. Not long after he walked away, a heroic figure wearing a windbreaker and a ponytail blocked the way. Lu Chuan looked at the person in front of him and asked, Beautiful lady, what are you doing? The other party showed her ID and said, My name is Yuzin, and I'm the person in charge of the supervision department in Kyanadong district. A few days ago, a martial artist killed someone in Linshu Park. The deceased was named Lin Hu. I investigated all the surveillance cameras nearby that day and finally confirmed that you were the only one who went to Linshu Park before the murder. As she said that, she brought the surveillance footage on her mobile phone to Lu Chuan. Why did you kill Lin Hu? And you were so cruel. Is the purpose of your martial arts to harm others? Lu Chuan pretended not to understand. I don't know what you are talking about. He walked around Yuzin and continued to move forward. Yuzin stopped him. You have the guts to kill someone. Why don't you have the guts to admit it? Lu Chuan stared at her and asked, Do you have evidence to prove that I killed Lin Hu? Yuzin immediately looked guilty, holding her phone and said, This is the evidence. Lu Chuan curled her lips. Sister, although I'm not a law student, I still have basic common sense. Your surveillance can only prove that I have been to Linshu Park, but it cannot prove that I killed Lin Hu. Don't talk nonsense. Yuzin was exposed and felt a little embarrassed, but she soon reacted and exclaimed, So you admit that you killed Lin Hu? Lu Chuan was stunned, then turned and left. Yuzin sneered, You are indeed a beast in human form. I don't have any evidence to arrest you now, but you killed Lin Hu so cruelly. Have you ever considered the feelings of his wife and children? You beast. Lu Chuan stopped, his face as cold as ice. Chapter 22 Sister-in-law is back late. Seeing Lu Chuan stop, Yuzin showed a hint of pride on her face. Are you uncomfortable with what I said? This shows that you, a beast, still have some conscience. If you take the initiative to admit your guilt now and go back with me, you will still have a chance to be redeemed. Otherwise you will live in regret for the rest of your life. Lu Chuan turned around, looked at Yuzin coldly, and asked, Regret? Before you came to me, did you know what kind of person Lin Hu is? Yuzin said, Lin Hu is under my jurisdiction, so I naturally know him. He works for Longshanaya. In his early years, he relied on himself as a warrior to bully men and women, and did a lot of evil things. He was even locked up by our supervisory office. He also raped a good girl, and caused her to get pregnant, but the girl did not pursue the matter. Because of the existence of the child, she had no choice but to marry him in the end. Her voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and she seemed to be a little aware of what kind of person she was defending now. But soon, she raised her voice again. But so what? This is not a reason for you to kill Lin Hu. Besides, Lin Hu has already paid the price for his mistakes. He has a wife and children. You killed him so cruelly. You are a beast. Lu Chuan asked back, what if Lin Hu wants to kill me? Do I have to stand there and wait for him to kill me? Yuzin was stunned. Why does Lin Hu want to kill you? Lu Chuan was speechless. Just answer my questions. Yuzin thought for a while and said, if he wants to kill you, won't you run away? If he wants to kill you, will you kill him? If everyone is like you, wouldn't it be a mess? Lu Chuan said, what if I can't run away? He beats me seriously. How can you let me run? If I don't kill him, he will kill me. Do I have to wait for him to kill me? Yuzin was stunned by the question. She had just started her career and wanted to uphold justice. Lin Hu's case was the biggest case she had ever dealt with. Seeing Lin Hu's tragic death, she wanted to bring the murderer to justice. As for other things, she had not yet learned about them. She reacted for a while and said with gritted teeth, even if this is the case, you can't kill people. If you are killed by Lin Hu, I will catch Lin Hu and give you an explanation. But it is wrong for you to kill people. Lu Chuan was completely speechless and couldn't help but curse, idiot. Then he turned around and left, not wanting to continue to care about this woman with a bubble in her brain. Although the other party was from the supervisory department, as long as there was no evidence, he didn't have to be afraid. Yuzin stamped her feet in anger. Stop right there. Lu Chuan did not stop and said leisurely, all the people under Longshanya's command have killed several people. How many evils do they do in Yansheng every day? But you don't care, but you want to make trouble for me. In the final analysis, I'm an ordinary citizen who is easy to bully, and you can only bully me. Yuzin gritted her teeth. Asshole, you killed someone, but you are still so unreasonable. Even if I have no evidence, I will teach you a lesson today. Let me tell you, I'm a 6th level internal force. You can kill Lin Hu, but you may not be my opponent. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Lu Chuan. The strong wind hit, and Lu Chuan tilted his head and dodged Yuzin's fist. He turned quickly and attacked Yuzin's lower road with a sweeping kick. Yuzin reacted quickly, dodged Lu Chuan's moves, and fought back hard. The two fought for hundreds of moves. Lu Chuan was quite surprised by Yuzin's strength. It was rare for a girl to be so powerful. Unfortunately, this woman couldn't tell right from wrong, so he didn't intend to hold back. When the two of them were fighting fiercely, Lu Chuan finally found Yuzin's weakness and slapped her in the lower abdomen, knocking her to the ground. Yuzin looked at Lu Chuan with a painful face, gritted her teeth. You bastard, you hit a woman too. Lu Chuan stepped in front of her, grabbed her collar, and slapped her in the face twice. Listen, are you talking human words? Yuzin's face swelled up all of a sudden. She was also a little princess at home. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she cried loudly, my mother never hit me. Lu Chuan slapped her in the face again. Then I will teach you the principles of being a human being on behalf of your mother. Yuzin cried even harder. Lu Chuan let her go, clapped his hands, and said, when you have time, go and help people who are really in trouble. Don't always come to trouble small people like me. Then he turned and left. Yuzin fell to the ground and couldn't stop crying. As the apple of her family's eye, and a talented junior sister in the eyes of many senior brothers, this was the first time in her life that she had suffered such a great humiliation. I will never let you go. I will personally lock you up and let you live in regret for the rest of your life. Lu Chuan returned home and breathed a sigh of relief. If I had Longshanya's strength and status, even if I killed someone, no one would dare to trouble me. His eyes became firm and persistent, and he immediately began to practice. 12 o'clock in the evening. Lu Chuan exited from the practice state. It's still too slow to practice by simply absorbing spiritual energy. I'll try my luck at the herbal medicine market tomorrow to see if I can buy all the herbal medicine. He took out his mobile phone, checked the time, and frowned. It's already this late. Why hasn't my sister-in-law come back yet? The bar where King worked was a light bar, which usually closed at 11 o'clock. If she came back late for something, she would definitely tell her in advance. With a hint of worry, Chuan dialed King's number. The phone was hung up after just 2 rings. Chuan stood up immediately. My sister-in-law may have had an accident. I have to go find her quickly. He hurriedly walked outside, and just as he reached the door, it opened. King walked in with a strong smell of alcohol. After seeing Chuan, she didn't know whether she was standing still or deliberately, and threw herself into his arms. Chuan hurriedly supported her. Sister-in-law, I was just saying that I was going to go out to find you. Why did you drink so much today? King complained. Smelly Zao-chan, I haven't been back for so long, and you didn't look for me. I didn't remember to call me until I got home. You don't have me in your heart at all. Chuan was ashamed. Sister-in-law, it's my fault. I will remember it in the future. I will help you sit on the sofa for a while. He took King to sit on the sofa. King was wearing a tight hip skirt today, paired with high heels and stockings, sexy and charming. Her hair was coiled up, revealing her collarbone, and her cheeks like rosy clouds made Chuan's heart beat faster. Sister-in-law, let me pour you a glass of water. Chuan stood up. King pulled him back. Zao-chan, sister-in-law has a question for you. Chuan looked at the soft and charming King and swallowed his saliva. Ask. King blinked her playful eyes, puffed out her chest and asked, is sister-in-law pretty? Chuan glanced at King's chest, quickly looked away, and nodded seriously. Pretty. Sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. King laughed so hard that her body shook, and then she suddenly hugged Chuan's neck, leaned close to his ear, and continued to ask, then, do you like sister-in-law? Chapter 23 Medicinal Materials Identification Competition. Chuan was so angry by this question that he panicked. King chuckled and pinched Chuan's ears. Sister-in-law is joking with you. Why are you still shy? Every time you are shy, your ears will turn red, which is really funny. Chuan was embarrassed. It was the first time he saw King drunk. He never expected that King would be so lively after being drunk. He was like 2 different people. Maybe sister-in-law has been suppressed for too long, so she is like this. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. I'll help you go back to the room to rest. Chuan said. King thought about it and said with a smile, my legs are weak. Can you carry me back to the room? Chuan was a little entangled, but looking at King's staggering appearance, he had to nod and reached out to pick her up from the sofa. King hugged Chuan's neck and leaned on his chest. Zao-chan, it's great to have you. Chuan coughed twice and quickly carried King into the house. When he put King on the bed and wanted to get up, he found that King's arms were around him and she wouldn't let go. Sister-in-law, you can let go of your hands. Chuan said. King hugged him even tighter. Zao-chan, can I hold you tonight to sleep? Chuan's breathing became heavy. Sister-in-law, this. King blocked his mouth with her fingers and begged, just one night. Chuan sighed, thinking that his sister-in-law might be missing her elder brother and wanted to hug someone for comfort, so he agreed. Okay then. He lay on King's bed. King hugged him happily and closed her eyes. Chuan's whole body was straight, not daring to move easily, and he tried his best not to let his mind wander. Tonight is a difficult night. At this time, he thought of the secret that King had told him before, and thought that King's drunkenness was an opportunity, so he asked, sister-in-law, what is the secret you told me before? Can you tell me? King said, yes. Chuan immediately pricked up his ears. The secret is. Chuan waited for a long time, but found that King had not said anything else. He glanced down and found that King had fallen asleep in his arms with even breathing. You fell asleep so fast. Chuan was helpless. Feeling the hot air blowing from King, he felt a little dry in his mouth. In order to prevent himself from doing something he shouldn't do on impulse, he concentrated his mind and forced himself to practice. Soon he reached a state of nothingness outside of his mind and practiced seriously. The next morning, when Lu Chuan woke up, he found that Mu Nanking had already started making breakfast in the kitchen. "Xiao-Chun, you're up. Go wash up quickly. Breakfast will be ready in a while." Mu Nanking glanced at Lu Chuan and continued to make breakfast. Lu Chuan looked at Mu Nanking as if nothing had happened and muttered in his heart, "Maybe she drank too much and forgot what happened last night. It's good that way, otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing." During breakfast, Mu Nanking still cared about Lu Chuan as before, constantly picking food for him and peeling eggs, like a caring parent. After breakfast, Mu Nanking packed up and was about to go out. Lu Chuan reminded her, "Sister-in-law, drink less in the future." Mu Nanking suddenly blushed and did not dare to look at Lu Chuan. She took her things and turned around quickly, whispering, "I know." Then she hurried out. Lu Chuan cleaned up the table, took care of it briefly, and went out to the herbal medicine market. The herbal medicine market has a large number of herbal medicines, and it is not an easy task to identify the herbal medicines with good efficacy and good age. Even those experienced old Chinese medicine practitioners have to spend a lot of time to find one or two good ones from the many herbal medicines. But Lu Chuan doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. In his inheritance, there is a spell called Lingxi Ju. Once this spell is used, the type, age, efficacy and other information of the medicinal materials can be quickly distinguished by smell. It can be said to be the supreme method of distinguishing medicinal materials. Lu Chuan only needs to walk to those medicinal material stores and sniff around to know whether there are good medicinal materials here. Therefore, it took him only more than an hour to visit the medicinal material market and bought several medicinal materials of good quality. Lu Chuan walked out of the medicinal material market with the medicinal materials. He picked them up and took a look, and a feeling of pain surged on his body. These medicinal materials cost him more than 110,000 yuan in total. The 120,000 yuan I earned last time was spent all at once. I actually thought that 120,000 yuan was a lot of money before, but I didn't expect it was only enough to buy a few medicinal materials. I'm a pauper again now." He smiled helplessly and planned to go back. At this time, two people passed by him. "The medicinal material identification competition is about to start. Let's go quickly and take a look at the excitement. I heard that the first prize this time is a 50-year-old ginseng. Oh my god, the reward is so generous. A 50-year-old ginseng must be sold for 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, right?" Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed one of them and asked, "Brother, how do I sign up for this medicinal material identification competition?" The man said, "Just sign up on the spot." Lu Chuan quickly said, "Then let's go quickly. Help me lead the way. I'm going to sign up." The man looked at Lu Chuan and said contemptuously, "The participants in this competition are all well-known old Chinese medicine practitioners or top students from Chinese medicine universities. Can you do it?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "A man can't say he can't do it. I must do it." The man laughed and thought Lu Chuan was funny, so he took him to the competition venue. The competition venue was set up in a small square. At this time, many people had gathered here, and it was very lively. Lu Chuan walked to the registration office, paid a registration fee of 500 yuan, and got the qualification to participate. The competition started in half an hour. Lu Chuan observed that most of the people who came to register were old men, and many of them smelled strongly of medicinal materials. Of course, there were also some young people who could be judged from their conversations to be students of the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Just as he was strolling around casually, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the organizer, Chu Shan walked towards the small square and handed him a sign with the word "referee" written on it. Lu Chuan was slightly puzzled. He is the referee of this competition? At this time, Chu Shan also noticed Lu Chuan and was obviously stunned. After a little hesitation, Chu Shan walked towards Lu Chuan. "What are you doing here?" Chu Shan asked condescendingly. Lu Chuan politely replied, "Uncle, I'm here to participate in the medicinal material identification competition." Chu Shan shook his head. If I hadn't come, it would be fine for you to participate, but I'm the referee of this game today, so you should give up the game. Lu Chuan frowned. Uncle, what do you mean? Chu Shan glanced at him. Aren't you afraid that you will lose too badly and become a joke later, and I will tell Mingyao about it? Chapter 24. I'm determined to take the first place. Lu Chuan's face darkened. Uncle, you are too contemptuous. Chu Shan sneered. I had someone check your background yesterday. How can people look up to a mediocre person who has accomplished nothing and is in a daze? He turned sideways. You approached Mingyao just to take advantage of the situation and soar to the sky with Mingyao's identity, but I advise you to give up this idea. Mingyao is already engaged to the young master of the Long family. If you continue to deceive Mingyao, the final end will be death. I'm saving you. As for today's game, you'd better not waste your time. A person who can't even deliver taquiat says he knows medical skills. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lu Chuan clenched his fists, but soon relaxed. He raised his head and a hint of confidence appeared on his face. The past cannot determine the future. I will use facts to prove that you are wrong. Chu Shan's face darkened. He felt that this kid was really ungrateful. At this time, a young man in his 20s, wearing glasses and well-mannered, came over and respectfully called out to Chu Shan. Uncle. Chu Shan nodded slightly. Zheng, you are here. Have you signed up? Du Zheng smiled and nodded. I have already signed up, uncle. Don't worry, you are here to be a referee just for me. This time I will definitely win the first place to make you proud. He glanced at Lu Chuan and asked, Uncle, who is this? Chu Shan was about to say the word clown, but after a little hesitation, he said coldly, your cousin's friend. Du Zheng asked, is he here to participate in today's competition as well? Yeah. Chu Shan rolled his eyes and felt that this was a good opportunity to knock Lu Chuan, so he looked at Lu Chuan and said, Zheng is a doctor from a nationally renowned Chinese medicine university, specializing in the field of medicinal material research, and has won many international awards. He is a true expert in this field, and he is just an average achievement among my many nephews and nieces. Mingyao is the best among them. So do you understand the gap between you and Mingyao? Lu Chuan grinned. I don't understand. I only know that I will definitely get the first place today. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the competition venue. Chu Shan gritted his teeth and his eyes became gloomy, arrogant and ignorant. It is difficult to achieve great things. Du Zheng asked curiously, Uncle, this guy's not going to pursue my cousin, right? Chu Shan curled his lips. He has no background and no education. He is an absolute low-level person. How can he pursue your sister? Zheng, you have to show your strength in the competition later. Let him, a low-level person, see how big the gap is between him and the children of big families. Du Zheng was full of confidence. Don't worry, uncle, I don't even take those old Chinese medicine doctors seriously, let alone him. Chu Shan nodded and walked towards the referee's seat. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a Mandarin jacket appeared with a microphone. Everyone, the competition will start soon. Please enter the venue in order. The competition venue was already filled with rows of tables with numbers written on them. The contestants stood in front of their respective tables according to their corresponding numbers. After everyone stood still, the middle-aged man continued. The rules of this medicinal material identification competition are very simple. The staff will bring each of you a grid board later. There are a total of 100 grids on the grid, and each grid contains the residue of medicinal material. What you need to do is to write down the names and years of these 100 medicinal materials through observation within an hour, and finally rank them according to the number of correct judgments. Without further ado, the competition will start soon. A group of staff members handed the prepared grid boards to the contestants one by one. After Lu Chuan took the grid board and took a look, he found that many of the medicinal materials inside were only a little powder, and it was impossible to tell what they were, which made the identification more difficult. However, Lu Chuan was not worried at all. Even if they were all exactly the same powder, he only needed to sniff it lightly to tell the difference. After all the contestants got the grid board, the staff pressed the timer, and the middle-aged man announced loudly, the competition begins. The contestants immediately began to carefully identify. They either smelled, tasted, or observed with a magnifying glass. Each medicinal material had to be repeatedly confirmed and carefully scrutinized before they could confirm what it was. As for the year, it was even more difficult to judge. Some people ate the residue of the medicinal materials, but they couldn't be sure which year it was. On the other hand, Lu Chuan only took each medicinal material to his nose and sniffed it lightly, and then he could immediately write down the name and year of the medicinal material on paper. However, in just 15 minutes, he had already identified all 100 kinds of medicinal materials, and then took the written paper and handed it to the referee's seat. The people watching the excitement around were surprised to see Lu Chuan hand in the paper so early, but more of them laughed. This guy gave up so quickly. Isn't it a waste of 500 yuan registration fee? At that time, I saw that he could only pick it up and smell it. He didn't do anything else. I guess he was a half-baked person. He thought he was very good. In the end, he couldn't identify a single herb for a long time, so he had to give up. But I saw that his paper was full of words. Could it be that he was just guessing? Du Zhen glanced at Lu Chuan and showed a contemptuous smile on his face. Like others, he also thought that Lu Chuan couldn't identify it at all, so he gave up directly. Without thinking about it, he hurried to continue identifying the herb. When the referees in the referee's seat saw Lu Chuan handing in the paper so quickly, they all shook their heads secretly. According to their previous experience, those who finished the game in more than 10 minutes were usually here to have fun. It's normal for young people to like to join in the fun. The referee Zhao Siming said to himself. He is a famous old Chinese medicine doctor in Yancheng. He is regarded as the leader of the Chinese medicine community and has a transcendent status. When Lu Chuan handed in the paper, Chu Shan asked, "Is this what you call confidence?" Lu Chuan just smiled and ignored him, going to the rest area to wait. Several referees had no interest in the paper Lu Chuan handed in. They knew that, even if they looked at it, there would probably be few correct answers, and no one wanted to waste time. Chu Shan was an invited honorary referee. He knew nothing about medicinal materials, and couldn't figure out the tricks. The reason he sat here was because he sponsored this competition. Only Zhao Siming was a little bored, and took the paper Lu Chuan handed in. Seeing this, Chu Shan said, "Mr. Zhao, there's no need to look at it. I know that guy. He's here to make up the numbers. He can't identify many medicinal materials." Zhao Siming laughed. He wrote a lot on this paper. I'm curious about how outrageous his answers will be. Then his eyes fell on the answers written by Lu Chuan. After reading a few answers, his expression was stunned. He sat up straight with a little disbelief, picked up his reading glasses, and put them on, and carefully read Lu Chuan's answers. Soon, he finished reading all the 100 answers, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The other judges were puzzled when they saw Zhao Siming's look. "Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with you?" one person asked. Chu Shan said, "Could it be that the answers written by this kid are too outrageous?" And Zhao Ko was angry. But Zhao Siming slowly said, he identified all the 100 kinds of medicinal materials correctly. Several people were shocked, and then quickly took Lu Chuan's answer sheet and read it carefully. Chu Shan frowned slowly, glanced at Lu Chuan, and his mood suddenly became depressed. Maybe Mr. Zhao read it wrong. He can't have this level. The judges compared Lu Chuan's answers together, and finally unanimously confirmed that Lu Chuan did identify all the 100 kinds of medicinal materials, and there was no error in all the years. Genius. This person is definitely a genius. Many of the medicinal materials we set are extremely difficult. If you can identify 80%, you can already be in the top 5. He actually identified all the good ones. It's really rare in a century. One person said. Zhao Siming smiled and said, and he only took 15 minutes. It seems that the first place in this competition must belong to him. Several referees nodded in agreement. Chu Shan's face was gloomy to the bottom, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Everyone, the competition is not over yet. It's too hasty to choose the first place now." Several referees smiled and said nothing. Chu Shan is an outsider and doesn't know what it means to identify all the 100 medicinal materials. An hour later, the competition is over, and the staff collected the answers written by everyone. Several referees made a quick judgment. Chu Shan sat aside with a gloomy face, as if waiting for something. Du Zheng walked up to Lu Chuan with a confident look on his face and said with a smile, "Why don't you leave? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at when the results are announced later?" Lu Chuan laughed and said, "If I leave, the first place award can't be awarded." Du Zheng was speechless, thinking that this guy was too self-righteous, and immediately didn't want to pay attention to him. At the judging table, several judges judged everyone's answers and gave scores. Zhao Siming smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there would be someone who could identify all of them this time. It's really rare." Chu Shan immediately became alert and asked quickly, "Is that person called Du Zheng?" Zhao Siming nodded, "Yes." Chu Shan breathed a sigh of relief and showed a gratified smile on his face. "This person is my nephew. He didn't embarrass me this time." Zhao Siming smiled and said, "Then congratulations to the head of the Chu family. He should have no problem getting second place this time." Chu Shan frowned. "Second? Didn't he identify all of them? Why only second?" Zhao Siming explained, "Although Du Zheng identified all of them, he wrote 8 to 10 years for the age of one of the medicines, giving a range, while Lu Chuan clearly wrote that the age of this medicine was 8 years, so the answer was 8 years. From this point of view, Lu Chuan is still better, and it only took him 15 minutes to write down all the answers." Chu Shan narrowed his eyes, and after some thought, he said coldly, "This won't work." Chapter 25. You can't win, even if you memorize the answers. Zhao Siming showed a trace of doubt on his face. "Why?" Chu Shan said with a gloomy face, "I'm not biased towards Du Zheng, because he is my nephew, but he really has the ability to get the first place. The reason why he wrote a range for that medicine is because he felt that he had a sure win, so he was careless. As for the time, Zheng can also complete the identification within 15 minutes. He just abides by the rules of the game more than Lu Chuan, and insists on waiting for an hour. So I think they should have another competition to decide the first place." Zhao Siming was puzzled, but this Du Zheng is obviously not as good as. A referee on the side quickly pulled Zhao Siming and said with a smile, "Master Chu is right, their levels are equal, and there should indeed be another round of competition." The other referees echoed. Zhao Siming frowned, obviously dissatisfied with their statement. It is easy to tell who is stronger and weaker between the two at a glance, so there is no such thing as being equal. The referee quickly leaned over to Zhao Siming's ear and whispered, "Mr. Zhao, don't forget that this competition is sponsored by the Chu family. The head of the Chu family is not satisfied. You just follow his temper. If you make him angry, we won't get the sponsorship fee." Zhao Siming was obviously very disgusted with Chu Shan's behavior, but they still had many people to pay their salaries, and they had to get the sponsorship fee, so they could only nod and say, "Then let's do what the head of the Chu family wants, and let them have another match." Chu Shan's expression eased a little. "I don't have any other intentions. I just want to make the competition fair and just." Several referees fell silent, and some of them even had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Zhao Siming said, "Since the two of them are going to have another match, let's use the 18 flavor medicinal soup as the topic." "Okay, I'll have someone make it right away." A referee got up and left. Chu Shan rolled his eyes upon seeing this, quickly stood up, and chased after him. "Mr. Zhang, what is this 18 ingredient medicinal soup?" The referee called Mr. Zhang explained with a smile, "It is a medicinal soup made from 18 kinds of medicinal materials of different years and different medicinal properties. They can only judge what medicine is added to the soup in the year of the medicine, based on the taste of the soup. Whoever identifies more will win." Chu Shan asked, "What if both of you identify them all?" Mr. Zhang laughed, "That's impossible. Over the years, no one has been able to identify them all accurately. Being able to distinguish 5 or 6 kinds of medicinal materials and tell the exact year is already amazing." Chu Shan pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Zhang, can you tell me about these 18 herbs? As a referee, it would be a bit embarrassing if I don't know the topic of the competition." Mr. Zhang was stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll write down the 18 herbs and their years." Chu Shan smiled and bowed. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'll add another 30% to the sponsorship fee this time." In front of the referee's seat, the middle-aged man in a Mandarin jacket took the microphone and said, "Everyone, the results of this competition have come out. What surprised us is that there are actually 2 contestants who have successfully identified all 100 herbs accurately. So we need to add another game and let them decide the final winner. Everyone cheered. Obviously, what they like to watch most is this kind of 2-person duel. Du Zheng laughed and murmured, I didn't expect that there would be someone who is as good as me. I wonder which respected old Chinese medicine doctor it is. The middle-aged man continued, the 2 contestants who need to have a final duel are Du Zheng. Du Zheng took a step forward confidently. He knew that he must be one of the 2. And Lu Chuan. Everyone looked for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan? Is he the one who finished the competition in 15 minutes just now? He actually identified all of them correctly? Oh my god, I thought he was just here to join in the fun, but I didn't expect he's a big shot. Lu Chuan finished the identification in 15 minutes, while Du Zheng took an hour. It's obvious that Lu Chuan is so good. What else is there to compare? Du Zheng's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. It's you. This is impossible. Lu Chuan shrugged. Nothing is impossible. Du Zheng gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Chuan, snorted coldly. The fact that you can identify all of them correctly may have more to do with luck. In the final later, I will let you understand the gap between you and me. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I'll accompany you to the end. At this time, Chu Shan walked over, glanced at Lu Chuan coldly, and said to Du Zheng, Zheng, come with me. The 2 went to a deserted place. Du Zheng said indignantly, Uncle, that guy named Lu Chuan can actually identify all of them. This is simply outrageous. How can he be on par with me? I suspect that he bribed the referee. There must be something fishy about this competition. Chu Shan turned around, looked at Du Zheng speechlessly, and said, he is better than you. Du Zheng was stunned. Uncle, are you kidding? Didn't you say that he is just a small person at the bottom? Chu Shan sighed and repeated Zhao Siming's words. Du Zheng couldn't believe it and argued, I actually knew that the year of the medicine was 8 years, but I just felt that no one could compete with me, so I just wrote a range. Chu Shan's expression froze, and he skipped the topic directly, saying, no matter what, Lu Chuan's level is indeed higher than yours. The first place in this competition is related to whether you can get the position of associate professor, so you can't lose. He handed a note to Du Zheng. This is the answer to the final question. Memorize it. When the final begins, you must speak out the answer immediately to let everyone know that you are no worse than Lu Chuan. Du Zheng was unwilling. He naturally wanted to beat Lu Chuan with his own strength, but he finally took the note and said, I know. After a short break, the middle-aged man in a mandarin jacket called Lu Chuan and Du Zheng to the crowd. Du Zheng looked at Lu Chuan with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, and murmured in his heart, even if you are better than me, this first place is still mine. Network resources are also part of strength. It is natural for me to take the first place. The middle-aged man picked up the microphone. Everyone, the final will start soon. Please ask the staff to bring the 18 medicinal soup. 2 staff members came to Lu Chuan and Du Zheng with a bowl of medicinal soup respectively. The middle-aged man explained what the 18 medicinal soup was. Whoever can identify the medicinal materials in the 18 medicinal soups the fastest and most accurately will be the winner today. Everyone present as a witness. Let's not talk too much. The finals will begin now. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, Lu Chuan and Du Zheng picked up the medicinal soup respectively. Du Zheng first sniffed the smell, then tasted it, and immediately frowned. This medicinal soup tastes weird. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to identify the medicinal materials in it, let alone determine the year. Fortunately, I already know the answer in advance. He glanced at Lu Chuan and sneered. No matter how good this guy is, he will definitely not be able to identify this tricky medicinal soup for a while. This time it's my turn to shock everyone. After pretending to identify it for a while, he picked up a pen and started writing on the paper. Dangy, 5 years. Lu Chuan also picked up a pen at the same time and wrote furiously. Du Zheng was surprised. This guy can identify it so quickly? It's impossible. He must be pretending. I don't believe that I can't beat him, even if I memorize the answers. He tried hard to recall the contents of the answers and wrote quickly. Because he had a short time to memorize and was nervous, He couldn't remember the years of some medicinal materials and had to think for a long time. Just as he was trying to think about the year of the 12th medicinal material, Lu Chuan stopped writing and said loudly, "I finished writing." Du Zheng looked up suddenly, looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief, and muttered, "How is this possible? His identification speed is faster than my speed of memorizing the answers." He took a deep breath, looked at Lu Chuan, and said to himself, although he wrote fast, he may not be right, and the 12 medicinal materials I wrote must be correct, and the first one must be mine. At this time, the middle-aged man came over, collected the papers of both people, and handed them to Zhao Siming. After comparing the two's answers, Zhao Siming showed a happy smile on his face, stood up and announced, "The winner is Lu Chuan. The 18 herbs and years he wrote are all correct." After saying that, he smiled and glanced at Chu Shan, obviously saying that your nephew is not doing well, and we can't be blamed for this. Chu Shan squinted his eyes, and his back teeth were almost broken. He wanted to rush up and slap Du Zheng a few times. He couldn't even copy the answers. He couldn't believe that such an idiot would be his nephew. Lu Chuan smiled and looked at Du Zheng, saying, "It seems that there is a big gap between you and me." Du Zheng couldn't help but roared, "This is impossible. How could your identification speed be faster than mine?" After saying this, he realized that something was wrong and quickly shut up. Lu Chuan stared at him and asked, "What are you memorizing? You are not memorizing the answers, are you? Probably not. If you can't beat me, even after memorizing the answers, how stupid you must be." Du Zheng listened to Lu Chuan's sarcastic tone and wanted to kill him, but in the end he could only weakly shout, "It's just the first place in a crappy competition. There's nothing to be proud of." Then he left in shame. With a playful look on his face, Lu Chuan walked up to Chu Shan and asked, "Uncle, do you still have a prejudice against me?" Chu Shan stared at Lu Chuan in silence for a while, and said, "You are just talented in identifying medicinal materials. This may allow you to live a good life, but it can't give you the capital to stand on an equal footing with Ming Yao. Your pride is still just a joke in my eyes." Lu Chuan laughed and bowed, saying, "I didn't expect that uncle is also a stubborn person. Well, I still say the same thing. Let's wait and see." Chu Shan's face gloomy, turned around angrily and said, "Arrogant. Unreasonable." Lu Chuan felt refreshed in his heart, but suddenly frowned. The moment Chu Shan turned around, he saw that the black blood vessels in the other's eyes increased significantly and spread rapidly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.